the beginning of Wasting Away is actually Sonic Youth and Motorhead together, infuse, speed up like 3 times faster than the original, and that's the beginning. That's actually like it's a Motorhead bass line and a Sonic Youth bass line together with 3 times faster. So it's unrecognizable at all. Like it's not. So I don't even think it can be considered a ripoff. It's not, because you change the timing and you change the tempo, and he also changed the sound of it. So it becomes something else.
just heard Wasting Away from Nailbomb's Point Blank record from 1994. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I am Jason. And here we are. It's been a little bit since we recorded. We did those 2 Fudge Tunnel episodes before MDF, I believe. And
I think so.
We were trying to figure out if we could schedule this Nailbomb before I left for Italy. And, you were getting ready in the process of leaving for Decibel, and it didn't work out. So, but luckily for our Patreon fans out there, we did release a Brutality episode for people to kind of keep them held over. So if you were really like salivating for more Requiem because we were a 3-week gap instead of a 2-week gap, then I guess it's time for you to sign up and become a Patreon and get more bang for your buck, I guess, So, but yeah, it's been a busy couple weeks for, I think, both of us. Actually, really a busy month. We were just kind of commenting before. Mark, you've been in the throes of, this really cool metal connected project that you've sort of been working on, and various both of us have been on multiple plane trips. So the last 4 weeks. So it's been pretty wild. So how was Decibel Fest? It looked like a good time.
It was great. I mean, as usual, it's, when I look at the lineup, there's like, a couple bands I'm really stoked for and a couple I'm like, whatever, who cares? And then by the time the whole thing's over, it's like, I would have not ever listened to this band, but the performance was like, for instance, like Soul Glow.
Oh yeah. I saw some footage of them. They seem pretty cool.
They were good. It's not like, my thing, but I can appreciate what they're doing. But I went up to Albert.
Are they like Fishbone kind of or something like that, or
more like that? What is that band called? Fucked Up, or it's like this really kind of spastic hardcore shit with like noise elements.
Sure. Okay.
One of the guys I think did they have two singers? No, that's not one of the other bands that was playing. But I went up to Albert and was like, are these guys like into, Eddie Murphy's, Coming to America? Because that was like, wasn't that his band Soul Glow or something?
Yeah.
It's minus the W, but he's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh,
so, but yeah, in general, it was just, Candlemass was the holy shit. That was like the thing. And, we got our same spot as last time.
Our little balcony spot. Nice.
Yep. Carl Cumpy came right back up. He's like, I figured you guys would be up here. And
nice.
hung out with him and his buddy Chris. And, I got to see Dan Zadar for the first time in 20 years. And
yeah, fucking A. Shout out to Dan Zadar, a former writer for Requiem and Eclipse, and just kind of like
prolific underground,
tape trader,
metal tape trader on all the different like metal boards and stuff online. And, he's an institution. But yeah, it was like seeing Candlemass there with, the original session singer, now permanent singer, is like, it was just so fucking good.
Everybody I heard said Candlemass was pretty remarkable. So
yeah, even like this was like my Death Evocation, and me and this brewery, Cosmic Eye Brewing, came up with a kind of a collaboration beer, and I got to do the can for it and met all those guys. And a lot of like the main dude, Sam from Cosmic Eye, was like, people keep telling me about Candlemass, and I've never really given him much of a, listen. And then the next day he's like, holy shit, man, that was just fucking incredible.
Just fucking heavy, I'm sure.
Oh, just great. I mean, just perfect.
That's fun.
All those guys, they all fucking seem like they're loving it, having a great time. Like Leaf I think he had some health issues in the last couple of years, or he seemed just in really good spirits and great form. So that was good. Cannibal was great. Death Evocation, seeing those guys play, they opened up the second day.
Oh, cool.
And I've gotten to know the singer and guitar player Gotts fairly well over the last, year or so.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he was hanging out with us last year a bit. So
and doing the beer can and the t-shirt design and stuff with them, chatting, seeing them. They hadn't played in I don't know how many years, and they went off without a hitch.
Cool.
Because Gotts is really like, we didn't have as much time to practice as like, and it sounded fucking amazing. Good. Like I recognize every song.
Nice.
So.
Well, yeah, for people just discovering us for the first time, perhaps Nailbomb being a bigger name than some of the bands we sort of cover because of the involvement of Max Cavalera, who you actually heard at the beginning of this episode briefly introducing Wasting Away there. This is 13 years, 14 years. I think we're 2000. Yeah, we're 14. Yeah, next year will be our 15-year anniversary in 2023. So it's pretty cool.
We were early to the podcast game. We had a hiatus or two, but we never went away totally.
Yeah, now we're back, kind of full force, kind of up the game. But yeah, Mark and I's background is in journalism, and in Mark with a lot of graphic design and art for albums and various labels and different now magazines with Decibel. And then myself and Mark were both involved in Eclipse magazine, which was kind of a spiritual sequel to Requiem, which Mark and Chris, who's a frequent guest of ours from Decibel, Chris Dick, kind of started. So yeah, we're basically just kind of doing deep dive analysis on kind of the history of various genres and albums and movements and bands and things like that. So
after COVID, we kind of we had all this time and well, let's do something that's worthwhile and positive during this shit time.
I know.
And that's kind of started with, if you go back and listen to the Neurosis, what is it, 3-part?
4-part. Yeah.
4-part show. I don't even know how many hours that was at that point, but that was kind of our first, dipping our foot into the formula of like putting interview clips and,
Sure.
kind of like, you come up with like background, music influence kind of segments to put into it and like really, really go deep. And that seemed to kind of resonate with people. People
have really enjoyed it. And not saying that we'll always do sort of the background stuff for every episode, because it's not always sort of relevant, but, a band like Fudge Tunnel, because of especially, we got a lot of good feedback from those 2 Fudge Tunnel episodes that we just recently did. It's kind of really a sequel to Nailbomb. They really sort of fit together in a lot of ways. So if you enjoyed those Fudge Tunnel episodes, I think you'll dig, hopefully, what we're doing here with Nailbomb. We'll actually hear from Alex again, because I decided to re-include a couple of his clips about Killing Joke and Godflesh, since it was relevant to both episodes, just in case people didn't listen to the Fudge Tunnel episodes. But yeah, Alex kind of walked through people a lot of his influences that sort of led to why he made some of the musical choices that he did. And Max will talk a little bit about that too. And so we're going to kind of take that same format here with Nailbomb. An album that was, fairly near and dear to me and my group of friends. And I'll definitely get some insight into kind of how you and Chris probably absorbed this differently, I'm sure, at the time, just based on where you guys were in your own musical journey and stuff. Sure. You kind of heard it there with Wasting Away, sort of the formula of Nailbomb, I guess, that we're talking about Max Cavalera of Sepultura fame, and talking about Alex Newport from Fudge Tunnel, British musician. And they're going to tell the story about how they kind of met in America, and Max's wife was sort of involved in all of that. But they do a lot of, they trade off vocally. You heard that in Wasting Away. There's some kind of B-beat, Discharge, kind of punkish kind of elements that are definitely there. Really killer kind of like bass driven sort of sounds, and even some like epic kind of KSAD era, or maybe a Rise on a few songs here and there. Kind of Sepultura, like groovy thrash kind of parts blended in. You had a spastic, noisy solo. There's a lot of, industrial, noisy kind of things kind of happening here. And just a lot of pure raging kind of energy, and according to Max, some mixture of some Sonic Youth and Motorhead kind of blended together in terms of what Alex was doing to get some of the sounds on that song. And pretty, it's a song that kind of kickstarts the whole Point Blank album. And so I thought, let's kick off things with that. And interesting note about Wasting Away. Are you familiar, Mark, with it's a really fantastic film that if you haven't seen it in the last few decades, it's worth a revisit. And I just actually bought it on Blu-ray. But it was actually on the soundtrack to the Gus Van Sant film To Die For, that Nicole Kidman movie, which is super strange that it showed up in that movie. And have you ever seen that, To Die For?
I saw it when it first came out, but I don't really remember much about it.
It's very clever and very cynical and dark and manipulative. It's cool. It has some noirish elements to it, even though it doesn't look noir, but it kind of feels noirish. And so it's probably one of my favorite Van Sant movies. He's kind of hit or miss for me sometimes, but that one's a good one. And the fact that Nailbomb's on the soundtrack is just completely bizarre. I didn't know that until like recently doing research. So
was that pre Eyes Wide Shut?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Kidman, she was just probably coming off of like
Thunder Road,
Far and Away, and things like that. Are you thinking Days of Thunder?
Days of Thunder, yes.
Okay, yeah. Thunder Road's a Bruce Springsteen song, but she could have been in that too if it was a movie. And she was doing like movies like Dead Again, right? With Sam Neill, wasn't she in that?
I think so.
Yeah, so she was kind of still doing kind of some darker stuff before she went a little bit more mainstream. But she's interesting as an actress. She's kind of, she ebbs and flows, but like she does stuff like Eyes Wide Shut or The Others or things like that, where I'm like, okay, I don't love everything you're in, but occasionally you make some kind of interesting choices compared
or
to
even, like The Northman she was just in too.
I forgot she was.
Field.
That's on Paramount Plus. I was going to try and watch it before I left for Italy. I just couldn't find like the time to come down in my movie theater and focus on something. Cause every time like I would be watching something, I was like, oh, I got to go do this and pack this and get this ready and stuff. So
it's definitely a movie that demands your attention.
Yeah. And I plan to, I plan to watch it. And I want to watch it in the downstairs theater since I didn't get to go But yeah, I just got back from Italy while Mark and Chris were over in Philly for Death and Beer Fest. Yeah, it was a good trip. I was just telling Mark off mic before we started that the tour director, the guy that takes, kind of is in charge of us, because I take a group of students over with me. He's a musician. I got a CD. It's pretty cool. He's into like dark wave, synth, post-punk kind of stuff, industrial. And like day one, we're on the bus and he made like a Cabaret Voltaire reference. And I was like, okay, I think I'm going to get along with this guy. He had just seen Oliver a couple weeks. We talked about Killing Joke a whole bunch, which is super relevant to this episode. And he's a fan of Ministry. And so I was like, we're about to do. First of all, I said, I think you're going to dig the Fudge Tunnel episode, even though you don't know those guys, because just all that like background stuff is going to really like, feel good for you. And I sent him this Nailbomb kind of CD. And I was like, yeah, I think you'll dig this too, because he likes Ministry and some of that. So, but yeah, so it was a good trip. We had some weirdos on our trip, not my group, but we were grouped with some other people from Texas. And there was a mother-daughter combo that were like kind of the Cro-Mags. That's what we kind of referred to them as. The one daughter, and then we were with this kid that was just like the weird girl from Bob's Burgers, but like weirder. The girl with glasses. So I forget the character's name on Bob's Burgers.
The daughter?
Yeah, the daughter with dark hair.
Where's the hat?
No, the
older daughter.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that show in years, but
that girl was on our trip with us, and we were like, okay. So it's just a lot of strange characters. So
muttering to herself and
for sure. Yeah,
Tina's her name.
Yep, Tina Belcher. But anyways, it was good. Got to watch some airplane movies. So I watched the new Scream, which was like, okay. Like I like the idea of what it was doing better than actually watching it. Like it's like meta about like the current like wave of horror films and trends and stuff. So
yeah,
it's perfect for an airplane movie. It's not anything you need to invest in, but I did see the new Ghostbusters, which I liked
too.
a lot.
I saw it, but I didn't bring my headphones, so I watched it in closed captioning, and it was fine.
The last little arc, I got a little emotional. I've got to say.
Well, I think it's the first one of these like rebootish, trying to reboot a franchise where they don't shit on all the material before it.
For sure, yeah, it was really, it was
like
very
reverential. Yeah, and I like that the fact that those guys aren't really in it until the very end, and then
perfect.
Like ghost shit was fine, and like all that stuff was just like that's what you need out of the movie. You don't need the, Last Jedi treatment or the Obi-Wan Kenobi treatment. It's just like, why are we even dealing with these characters if there's no love for them, if they're just like reviled? So I feel like that's kind of like a step in the right direction. That, and from what I've heard, the Top Gun, I don't give a shit about Top Gun.
No, I've heard it's good.
I'm curious just to see the actual, the cinematography of the flights and stuff. I don't really care about the story as much, but
sure. Yeah, I thought it was cool too with the new Ghostbusters that like Jason Reitman was involved in it as like a kind of a tribute to his dad, and that was cool. Just like there was just kind of some meta things happening in that movie and stuff, but
it didn't seem like overly by committee.
Yeah,
it seemed like it had a vision by a handful of people in the, and not just like, okay, I got to have my 2 cents put in, and like how a lot of some of these movies can be. Even like I haven't seen it, but I haven't heard really good things about that last Doctor Strange.
That was okay.
We're just kind of a mess, but
yeah, it's messy, but when it's like good, it's like pretty interesting, but when they let Raimi kind of go full Raimi, it gets pretty fun,
That's the only reason I really would care to even see it. But I'm starting to feel like my dad at movies now. He's like, who cares? Then I went back and watched like Capricorn 1.
Gotcha.
From 1980 with who the fuck was in that? Brolin.
Brolin Senior. James Brolin, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
where they basically fake. It's almost like a riff on faking the moon landing.
Okay.
Hal Holbrook. It's good. It's from 1980 or
sure.
79.
Yeah. I remember the movie, like the VHS box and stuff like that, and I think I've seen it part of it on TV before. But yeah. So so Mark's been busy with his stuff. I've been busy with ours. We did unite for. I don't know if we recorded after Death Fest. Did we?
I don't believe so.
I think Fudge Tunnel was out before that, but yeah, we got the team back together at Death Fest. That was very cool to meet some people that I've been like friends through the podcast for years, like Chris Ayers. Finally to meet him for me. I know you've met him before.
Oh yeah, that was your first time.
Yep. Jason Manchild, that's not his real, but that's what he goes with on Facebook. And he and Chris like team up and do a lot of like writing about metal and stuff, kind of like the History Heavy Metal Countdown that I was sort of doing there for a while. So it's cool to meet him face to face. Jason Walton from Agalock, who's going to be joining us in the near future on some episodes. We've been kind of talking with him for quite a while. So, got to see Blake briefly, after be doing the Misfits show and stuff. And finally got to meet Joe Schaefer face to face, who's about to, probably by the time we release this in the next few days or whatever, put on his Northwest Terror Fest. Yeah, where Ludacra and some other bands are kind of reuniting for that. So, so very cool.
That's like his, it's been off for 2 years. And
yeah, so it's like the fourth one that he's doing. So, so, if you're a listener out there, hopefully you're going to that. Cause that's very cool to sort of get that. It's kind of a different type of festival, metal festival for the US, up in Seattle there. So, but yeah, back to where we're at. We did get a chance. I may have mentioned it maybe on the patron show. I can't remember, but I've mentioned, I think somewhere that we did get a chance to talk to Max, and Max was jovial, was gregarious. He was really a fun person to sort of talk to. And I got yelled at by his publicist because we talked for too long. And I don't think Max cared, and I certainly didn't. But, I shared that story with Albert, and he said that did not surprise him based on who that person was, who I will not name for my own professional reasons. But yeah, it was, anyways, it was.
We also got to see him and Igor redoing the Beneath the Remains and Arise.
Speaking of
set list, holy shit!
Speaking of things, because you had seen them before, correct?
A couple times, yeah, in the 90s.
Yeah. Me never. I missed the boat. I was too young during the KSAD kind of tour, and by the time the second kind of phase of Sepultura was emerging, I kind of was not that interested anymore. Plus, Max had kind of left and formed Soulfly and all that stuff. So that was a big one for me. It was almost like seeing Carcass reunite for the first time, and I was like having kind of that teary-eyed almost moment of like, wow, this is a big part of my childhood with Sepultura. Those records. Rise.
Well, how many South American or at least Hispanic people were there? Was incredible. Like the energy that was coming off that crowd was crazy. You could tell Max was just loving it.
Yeah. Yeah. When he even talked about that, you won't hear it in this episode, but yeah, at the beginning of my interview with him, he was just like so pumped to be doing these shows and the tour. And he's like, it's great to play these songs. And yeah. So I just think he's having fun again, not that he wasn't, but he's kind of rediscovered his love of some of this stuff. And that's pretty evident, but yeah, MDF was great. There was a lot of fun things kind of happening there. So got to see some black metal stuff I didn't think I would see, Dark Fortress and Sacramentum and things like that. They were pretty neat. And
get to see some Cunnilingus during Autopsy.
Yep. So some Triptychon, some Cunnilingus,
Hellhammer was fucking incredible.
Yeah, that was great. That was a really fun thing. So, but yeah, so basically what we're doing with Nailbomb is kind of going to go through a little bit of background history, and then Max will sort of talk a little bit about their influences. And the first set that you'll hear coming up will be about those influences, and we'll feature some samples of some of those influences. Some bands that we played on the podcast before, and just kind of a giving you a little bit of context for where these guys were sort of coming from. Not that we can do that completely, but at least like dip our toes in that a bit. Originally the project was called Hate Project and then Sick Man before they kind of settled on Nailbomb. And I'll let Max describe why they ended up going with Nailbomb and all that kind of stuff in his own words. It's probably way cooler hearing it from him. And it was released on Roadrunner in 94. And it was basically, like I said, this collaboration between Alex and Max with some drum work. And being mostly electronic, most of the drums and stuff were programming, but occasionally, Igor shows up. Andreas will be there. And then Dino
from Fear Factory.
Yep. He'll be in, a 24-hour bullshit and stuff. And they were kind of working on the project on and off for a couple of years. In fact, they were working on Nailbomb, I believe, while Max was recording KSAD and stuff. So I think he'll tell the story later in one of the interview clips, just kind of like how they took Fudge Tunnel, I think, as an opening band. And that's where him and Alex kind of struck up a friendship. And I'll kind of tell some stories about that as well. But I did find one article that actually came out in August of 2020. So kind of right smack in the middle of COVID summer there, from, I believe he has since passed away. You might correct me if I'm wrong, but Malcolm Dome from Metal Hammer, didn't he recently pass away?
Yeah, he did pass recently.
Yep.
He was kind of a go-to dude on any of those like Talking Head
for sure.
documentaries. He was always great.
I use the 7 Ages of Rock, a BBC series, in my rock and roll history class. And he's in a lot of those episodes, especially the metal one and a few of the others. He's good.
The whole like album thing. He's kind of I don't know, like he's had the enthusiasm that he had for that stuff is palpable.
For sure. Yep. This is from Metal Hammer, and it was an article he wrote called Nailbomb's Point Blank: The Explosive Legacy of 90s metal's greatest supergroup. So, and his little intro here, I thought I'd read this as kind of a talking point for our initial discussion. He says, it's 1994, 10 years after George Orwell predicted social meltdown and legalized terrorism. And where does the music industry stand? It's in complete confusion. Kurt Cobain has just put a shotgun to Nirvana's career and sent grunge spiraling towards nostalgia. What was needed was a musical tirade that would shake the shit out of the obese metal underground. It came as Nailbomb, and when they exploded, all preconceptions were shredded and the agenda for new metal was set. Their debut, and to date only, album, Point Blank, was a blast of detuned, dysfunctional anger. There was a genuine fury here that combined metal, hardcore, and industrial. Music for the blanked generation. In real terms, Nailbomb were more of a two-maniac project from the band, featuring then Sepultura frontman Max Cavalera and Alex Newport from British Brain Bashers' Fudge Tunnel. So I thought that kind of sets the context a little bit there. And I think, for me, in my group of friends, we were soundly into KSAD and Arise. Maybe by then we had discovered Beneath the Remains, perhaps on cassette tape. I know I didn't even have a CD player yet, I think, when this came out, because I originally just had this on cassette. Slayer, Pantera, White Zombie, Ministry, Helmet, Rage. Those were kind of our foundations at this point. This was the spring of my freshman year of high school. So I think it came out, like, if I remember right, the same time that Beastie Boys' Ill Communication came out. So we were like at an age where we were obsessively watching the Sabotage, like, MTV video, and like trying to spread our wings a little bit as kind of, high school freshmen or whatever. We had just discovered, I think, Fear Factory, Obituary, Carcass, and maybe some of the other kind of big Roadrunner and Earache kind of extreme stuff. Mm-hmm. Relapse, Nuclear Blast, and Century Media were still a Chris Dick New Moon meeting away sophomore year. So, that's kind of where I was at. So this like hit pretty big for us because it's all that stuff kind of in a weird way, right? It's
Yeah, maybe in like
extreme,
the Ministry,
extreme,
Yeah, Ministry, Helmet, and Sepultura. I saw that was a tour that I saw down at the, what the hell is it? I think it was in Battle Creek.
Oh wow!
And like a month or so before, or maybe it was the year before. It was the year before Beastie Boys like Check Your Head tour was there. Yeah. So that makes seeing perfect that shit, sense. And then seeing Fudge Tunnel, Fear Factory, and Sepultura at the Capitol Theater in Flint. Mm-hmm. It was just like all that stuff was just hitting all at once. And it was kind of, it might have been maybe the last big year before things started to kind of, I don't know, before like the new metal thing started to kick in, and a lot of, I was getting disinterested in a lot of it, to be honest, but we're still like, it was nice to be able to have like heavy stuff that was mainstream enough where we could have, large groups of people, within your friend group could go see a show, and, like somebody's like really into Helmet, and, you might be more into Sepultura or whatever, but it was interesting that how varied heavy music was at that time.
Yeah. Nobody
felt great.
Yeah. It's almost like you didn't have to quite specialize yet. The pool was still like pretty large, and you could still like, I feel like in 94, you could still be like a fan of Pantera and like be into like death metal. And I feel like a year later, even like a year and a half later, about like late 95, early 96, like you kind of had to pick your team. You know, that's how we felt, at least, you know, and we were definitely going into the more extreme route. And even though I did buy like Southern Trendkill in 96, and it's actually a really good record. It might actually be their best record of that era, but like I didn't spend as much time with it because I was just kind of getting into Anathema, or I was, you know, discovering like Swedish melodic death metal. And, you know, like that stuff seemed like different and unique. And I wasn't really interested in the mainstream stuff as much anymore. And yeah, I think you could maybe make an argument that 93, 94 is like the peak of like kind of commercial mainstream underground metal. You know, like the Earache deal with Columbia is kind of at its peak around 93, 94. Morbid Angel Covenant had just come out, you know, like MTV still had Headbangers Ball. Grunge was still sort of dominating like mainstream MTV. So you were consistently seeing Alice in Chains and Soundgarden videos like next to TLC and shit like that. And it was like, okay, that all seemed normal, you know? And I think like, you're right. I think by like 95, like the sort of, you know, I mean, the air kind of goes out of the balloon in a lot of ways when Cobain kills himself. I mean, I can like kind of now see that as like a marked kind of place. And maybe you didn't know it at the time that the gig was up, that this, you know, the sort of like beautiful early 90s weirdness boom with like Nine Inch Nails and Ministry being kind of in mainstream public culture. That was about to end, you know, like, you know, all those bands had reached their peak. And by like 96, you're not hearing Nine Inch Nails on the radio anymore. You know what I mean? Like it
got dumbed down real quick and absorbed into, you know, just kind of like mainstream shit with new metal, with like what pop music was doing at the time.
Pop kind of came back in a big way with the, you know, Britney Spears and the boy bands. And it was almost
but not in a way that made me feel like, you know, like, when I think of pop, I'm thinking of like, you know, Beatles and Beach Boys and stuff that still had like merit. This was just like everything was so watered down. And
you get your Matchbox 20s and some of the like vanilla, like melted vanilla ice cream type.
Yeah, it was like by committee, like, you know, all these things were strategically put together, and that I think all the energy from the early 90s kind of fizzled out by you know, the end of the decade.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I mean, I think it's telling that 94 is the like debut of Korn too. It's almost like a portent. You know, there was evidence that things were happening, but no one really knew what that meant in 94. You know, my friends and I were okay to be into Korn because we didn't know that it was leading to something else. It was just like a heavy album, you know, like we were like, oh, okay. It's just like, it's like buying Corrosion Conformity Deliverance. There's Korn too.
I mean, like, KSAD and Nailbomb, I think directly led, and Faith No More and a handful of other bands directly led to that Korn sound, you know, the bass, the whatever the fuck was going on with the bass. Like, however, it was like detuned.
Yeah, 7-string guitar and all that kind of stuff that they were doing, you know. And I remember when we saw like the album cover for Point Blank, like, you know, the cover and the layout, like it endlessly fascinated us, kind of the same way that like KSAD and Rage did in terms of like the politics, you know, like those were like, in a lot of ways, those two records, Chaos and Rage, were two of my entryways into like starting to think of music in a political way, you know, that like these are protest songs, you know, and like they're talking about like dangerous stuff sometimes. And I didn't always know, because it was pre-internet for the most part. I didn't know like what the stories were, but I knew that like something was like there. And so I kind of got that same kind of energy. And it was actually, I think, Jeff that had discovered Nailbomb first. And we actually didn't know who Fudge Tunnel was. Because I think
that's not surprising. I think most people were like, who the fuck? They just thought it was like another, you know, Max Cavalera thing. Like, who's this? Yeah. It's Newport. Unless you'd seen them play, or the only reason I knew about Fudge Tunnel was because they're on Earache. And, you know, hearing that early on was like Hate Songs. I was like, oh, this is a fucking cool heavy record, because I like the, you know, some of the early, you know, grunge shit, the first like Smashing Pumpkins record and early Soundgarden. It was always good to have like a record that didn't have death metal vocals, so you could play it in front of girls or people that weren't necessarily into such obnoxious music.
Yeah. No, and I mean, like,
even to this day, like my dad finally asked me, like, what does this stuff sound like that you listen to? And I played him Merciful Fate. He's like, what? It just made no sense to him at all.
I guess if
I showed him the video, and it was like, okay, it was like it's like the spooky Halloween shit,
like Alice Cooper. Yeah.
That's kind of how I was explaining it to him.
Yeah, that's funny. No, I mean, like, I think 9th, 10th grade for me is like kind of where my real political awareness was starting. Like the future history teacher was kind of being born, where I was engaged with things that a lot of my peers weren't. And that's not because like they were not intelligent. They just weren't as interested in that stuff. And I mean, there's a reason I'm teaching the classes I teach today,
when you're interested in what's, the stories behind art and movies and stuff too. And some people just enjoy them on their face value, but I think both of us really appreciate like learning where the director's, head was at, or, what the band was, into politically at the time or something.
Yeah, for sure. So like I could kind of smell the politics on it, and I said maybe even taste them, but I couldn't fully understand them yet.
Mm-hmm.
This is also like around the time of I think I mentioned this way back when we recorded the Rust in Peace episode, where I had like ill-fated like Rust in Peace concept album conspiracy theories that I was like perpetrating. I was like, guys, it's a whole story, and I was like unfolding the story, and then I found out no, it wasn't a story. I think I was listening to too much Pink Floyd at the time, probably, so like it was just like The Wall and shit like that was kind of definitely on my radar screen. But in that Malcolm Dome kind of interview, I wanted to read a couple things from, I think it's mostly from Max. Yeah. And he says, and he'll expand on this in the sound clips you'll hear from Max as well, but I thought this was pretty succinct. He says, we met when Fudge Tunnel supported Sepultura on the European leg of one of our tours. I was already a fan of what Alex did with Fudge Tunnel, and then I found out he lived in Phoenix, which is where I live. It seemed natural for us to get together to play some music and write some songs. And Malcolm goes on and says, at first, the pair had no intention of doing anything other than play with their ideas, but it was actually Gloria, Max's wife, that got involved. And Max says, yeah, she's one of the big surprises in all of this, because I never thought Gloria would have any interest in what we were doing. But she was the one who pushed the two of us into turning this into a record and got us to deal with Roadrunner. I always maintained that Gloria was the brains behind what we did. We were genuinely excited by the thought of going into the studio. That may sound a bit odd when anywhere can be turned into a studio, but back in '94, it was all very different. I guess that Alex and I took different views on the record. He was the knob twiddler, the real producer. What did I do? Fuck shit up and get real drunk. In fact, there were times when I was so drunk that I don't actually remember doing things. One day I'd gone through a whole bottle of rum by 4 p.m. Alex wasn't impressed and complained to Gloria. I think he'll actually tell that story a little bit differently in some of the clips you'll hear a little bit later, And then just to sort of wrap up this little thing from Malcolm, it says, principal influences on Nailbomb were bands like Ministry and Godflesh, but there were distinct differences in the way the two men involved approached music. Alex was more into samples than I was, says Max. To me, it should have had to have a live feel in the studio. I was into the hardcore of bands like Discharge, and I could never imagine them being ruled by machines. So we came to an understanding that there would be a mix of both on the album. That's the reason we got Igor and Andreas from Sepultura, plus Dino from Fear Factory, and then Richie Bujanowski, the guitarist with a band called Wicked Death. We got the live feel sorted, and Alex also got to put in those samples. And so that's kind of really, there's not a lot of, Max will talk about some of the theories behind the cover and the lyrics and things and some of what they were kind of trying to achieve. But this is sort of like a happy accident. It's not like it's not like an intellectualized idea that the two of them came together to create a super group to achieve this thing. It just sort of,
it's almost a track by track thing. Like they finish a track and put up a new track. Like I don't think they really had an album idea.
Yeah, no, I agree. And yet in a weird way, the album is super cohesive, and it's strange. Like the sequencing like fits together, and that seems weird in the way it was produced, because it wasn't produced as an album, like you said, track by track. And yeah, there is kind of like an emotional flow, especially when you get near the end of the record. Like it has like a culmination almost, and that's pretty remarkable to me. And probably kudos to Alex for being able to sort of pull that off, because that was probably more Alex that was able to thread the needle through a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, I feel that Max he's like he only has 4 strings on a 6-string guitar. The top 4 strings, which makes a lot of sense. But he's also able to come up with these riffs that are so like almost like Tom G. Warrior, where they're so fucking simple that like, haven't I already heard that before? But usually not. It's all about like gut and feel. And I think the reason this works is because, you know, Alex is the anal retentive guy that would rather be in the studio, you know, putting this thing together than actually playing in front of people.
Yeah, and
it
then
just
Max
seems like a
is
really
the
good
heart.
mix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the heart and the brain kind of like coming together in a perfect sort of medium. You know, absolutely. I think you're onto something there. You know, and I mean, Max, you know, mentioned some of the influences there, and he'll speak to those influences in a bit, as will Alex in a couple of Alex clips here. But like, you know, I think like a good way of describing it is probably in the simplest terms that it's like if Godflesh and like Discharge kind of made like a record together or something like that with a heavy dose of ministry, you know?
Yeah, he even says it. I don't know if it's one of these clips or something I was listening to on. I've listened to a couple interviews and stuff on. He actually Max has a channel on YouTube where he was going like over lockdown. He was going through riffs.
Oh,
he
no
actually
shit.
goes through like Wasting Away and kind of talks a little bit about it, but saying I think whereas like it's make it heavier than Godflesh and faster than Ministry.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And that's what he'll say that in one of the clips kind of coming up that was like their thesis statement. He's like, I love Ministry, but I want it to be heavier. And I was like, okay, that's why I liked this, you know. I guess the question I have for you guys, for you to maybe speak to you and Chris, like, by 94 spring, like where did this fall on your guys' radar screen? Were you guys still enough into the KSAD stuff that you cared about this, or was this kind of 1 foot out the door era for you guys?
I remember just hearing whatever singles were. We probably got serviced this. It was definitely on the radar, but it wasn't interesting enough to really garner too much of my attention because 95 was coming up, and there was some pretty huge things happening. I
mean, Norwegian black metal was kind of like breaking out in 94, and you know, like, I mean, there was At the Gates was sort of doing Terminal Spirit, and so I think
Dissection and like
it was all
Skydance. There's a lot of stuff that was
Lunar kind
of like because I think a lot of this is something you can go back and I can appreciate it, but like one of the weird things is I think almost every single band that I've ever had some kind of connection to, I can go back and kind of understand why. Mm-hmm. And usually, and even enjoy it. But like, for some reason, Pantera, I can't. But this has some of that like aggro feel.
Sure.
I can totally like get behind this. I can figure it out, but I don't know what it is about Pantera that I just can't figure out. Like, I can't get that feeling back of the angry kid, you know?
I think that'll be something interesting down the road for us to maybe do, because it will be an interesting kind of clash. Only because Pantera is probably a band that obviously deserves some kind of scholarship, at least in terms of the context of where they fit. But like both you and I have kind of cycled through our Pantera era, but I can still go back and kind of get a little nostalgic. So it'd be interesting for you to.
I like some stuff on Cowboys. I can still kind of get behind.
Sure.
And I really like power metal.
I was going to say, we go back to those old records. Yeah. But it'd be kind of interesting. But so I'm glad that like you can still sort of find some favor with this, you know.
Oh, absolutely. It's like a, you know, it's a kind of, it's crazy that it got popular.
Yeah.
Two guys doing exactly what they wanted to do.
And it's a super non-commercial record in a lot of ways, but yet like it's super catchy too, because there's like those
groove. That's what gets it through. That whole 90s era, that groove thing that, you know, Pantera is definitely up on the list of
and White Zombie and,
you know, kind of promoting that and pushing it out there. But it's that's like the takeaway as far as metal was concerned of that era is the groove. It's
definitely the peak of the groove, because I think 94 is Far Beyond Driven, which debuted at #1 on Billboard, which I think
it's crazy,
the heaviest album that ever did that, you know, at that point. So.
Yeah.
But basically what we're just gonna hear a couple of influences on this record specifically. And Alex is gonna talk about Avalanche Master Song here from Godflesh in a sound clip you'll hear after Max. But you know, this is a tune from Godflesh's debut. I think we played it way back, probably 10 years ago, when we did a Godflesh episode. You know, for people that don't know Godflesh, you know, it's noisy, oppressive, cold, post-apocalyptic, you know, all the things you'd expect, especially with early Godflesh there. You know, it's definitely on that path of the heavier ministry, you know, in a lot of ways that Max and Alex were trying to sort of pursue with the project. You know, I mean, lyrics like "Screw you and your world," "Perpetually cut with lies," "I could stand the pain for long enough, but the taste is just too bitter." You know, I mean, those are those are kind of the sentiments, the sentiments of like an album like Point Blank. So I could see why they would draw from what, you know, Godflesh was sort of doing, you know, there. And then we go on to a band that I think we've only played once before, even though we've talked a lot about them. I think we played them in the 1980 episode when we did the countdown to episode 200, proto metal sort of countdown. And it was from Killing Joke's debut. And this is from their second record, What's This For?, which came out in 1981. And it's a tune called Butcher. And this is the song that Alex will talk about that Colin Richardson sort of played him when they were doing early kind of Fudge Tunnel stuff, because he's like, well, I want my vocals to do this thing with this sort of weird distortion. And Colin's like this. And he goes, holy shit, yeah, how do I do that? And he taught him in the studio how to do that. And then I think Alex took what Colin taught him to do and did that with a lot of the vocals on Point Blank. So I thought this would be kind of appropriate for that, you know, even though it's maybe not the heaviest Killing Joke song, that you know, this is the one that Alex particular, like, I think used as like a course to sort of teach him how to do some of the techniques he does on Point Blank, you know. But yeah, it's their second release. They actually self-produced it, which, you know, in hindsight, some of the guys from Killing Joke are like, like we probably should have had somebody professional do it. But I like it. It's a cool record, and it's still pretty heavy, you know. But yeah, the solo in it from Geordie is really cool. Kind of reminds me of Bernard Sumner from Joy Division in terms of like how it's kind of put together. Yeah. And this record's interesting too for a couple of reasons. One, Ministry cites What's This For as like the formula for like how they changed their sound on Land of Rape and Honey, towards a more heavier sound. And the opening cut on What's This For, speaking of Godflesh, is called Follow Because. And so Justin Broderick's project right before Godflesh, after he left Napalm Death, was called Follow Because. So historically, pretty interesting record for Killing Joke, even though it's maybe not their most commercial or popular one of the 80s. But yeah, pretty interesting.
Well, even I can't believe how much I hear Voivod.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, holy crap. Especially after seeing them, too, at the Decibel Fest. Like, they were fucking... That was the second time I seen them, I think. It was incredible.
Yeah, no, everybody said that Voivod was killer there. And I think, yeah, you listen to bands like Die Kreutzen and Killing Joke, and you can hear a lot of the weird choices.
Especially
like
Piggy's guitar playing. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely there. And then a band that's kind of near and dear to our metal hearts, especially because we're big into Swedish death metal, and Swedish death metal drew a lot from this. Not just Swedish death metal, but that's one scene that in particular really, really adopted the D beat from Discharge. And both these tunes that we're going to play a pair of short tunes that kind of fit together because they're back to back on the record. But it's Hear Nothing, See Nothing, Say Nothing from 1982. Their kind of masterpiece. You know, I mean, this is do you think is it an understatement, Mark, to say it's one of the most vital albums in extreme metal, extreme punk history?
I think that this record and I would say Venom are super instrumental in that, like what Hellhammer would go on to kind of almost perfect. Yeah, that just like noisy, caustic. Like you didn't realize how even like I remember talking with Scott Carlson about Discharge as well. Is like everything was about the fucking end of the world. Like the lyrics matched what the music sounded like. Sure.
Yeah. No, and it's pretty singular too. I mean, Discharge did stuff on the Y EP and things like this, but they never quite got to this epoch, like again, they kind of started to change their sound a little bit after hearing
the weird like flangy, echoey kind of reverb thing that's going on with it too. It's just nothing sounded like that.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to get into.
Yep. And so the pair of tunes we're going to play, Hell on Earth and Cries of Help. I was trying my damn hardest to not pick Protest and Survive because everybody's always heard that song, I
think we played that before.
We have. Yeah, we definitely had. And then, like I said, I think these are companion pieces because Hell on Earth bleeds directly into Cries of Help. Mm-hmm. And really, there's not anything super unique about Hell on Earth. It's pretty kind of straightforward, kind of Discharge of this era. But Cries of Help is pretty fucking awesome. And in particular, the second half of the song. And I think it fits well with this Nailbomb episode because you get these samples near the end, and you hear these terrifying screams of a child, and, you know, cries of help, cries of pain, you know, is what he's like kind of screaming throughout the song. And it's talking, I think, a little bit about either bombings in Vietnam or stuff like in Japan, fire bombings there, and like the sort of, you know, children and villages that are sort of being killed. And that's the kind of shit that's really, I mean, you look at the cover of Nailbomb, like that's kind of what this album is really sort of about. And so I thought Cries of Help, especially because Max was stealing so much from the kind of D-beat Discharge kind of riffs throughout the record, I thought this would be a good one to sort of play using samples, because obviously that's a big part of this Nailbomb record too, you know?
Yeah, that type of like stark black and white photography is so important. I mean, I think it's, you know, it goes from Discharge to Dark Throne to there's just something about that you can't, it's almost like a propaganda poster or something, but like, you know, flipped on its head a little bit. It's just like that. And then like the Rage Against the Machine cover was that the guy from Saigon that lit himself on fire, or was that something else?
Yeah, no, that was it was pre us really getting involved in Vietnam. That Rage cover was essentially
the immolation thing.
A Buddhist monk, that was kind of preparing for that. And it was a protest actually against the Diem government. And there was the government that we were kind of supporting in South Vietnam, and they were persecuting. He was a Catholic guy, Diem, and he was obviously pro-American, and he was persecuting Buddhists. And so it's really funny when people see that Rage cover, or they see that image, they think that that's protesting like us being involved in Vietnam. And it wasn't. It was actually just protesting their own kind of local government. And Kennedy like thought that like he could kind of trust Diem, and he thought like, okay, we can work with this guy. And they put that photo on Kennedy's desk, and there's this really famous photo of Kennedy with his hands buried, like you know, or his head buried in his hands after somebody set that on the desk. And that's kind of when Kennedy knew like we can't work with this guy, like we're fucked. And within a few weeks or a month or so later, the CIA sort of worked with local authorities and basically assassinated that leader. And Kennedy was pissed because he didn't authorize that. That's kind of when the CIA was doing like rogue operations and stuff.
Yeah, they've never stopped, but it's
no, they haven't. But
like we side with. We don't always have a good history of siding with the right side of history.
Well, we just side with whoever is for our best economic
interest, or self-interest. Yeah.
It's like all the, you know, we'll talk about this later, especially when we get to Guerrillas. All the right-wing dictators we sided with during the Cold War because they used anti-communist rhetoric, and that was good enough for us, even though they butchered their own people and shit, you know. But yeah, so you got a pair of Discharge tunes there, and then we're going to end with a tune that we'll talk more about why we played it when we sort of come back. But it's from a band we have played before, back on the countdown, the proto metal countdown, on It's Bad Brains, and a tune from Eye Against Eye from 1986 called Sacred Love. So, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we come back. So you're going to hear from Max here. You'll hear from Alex a couple times too, introducing the Godflesh tune. We're going to start with Avalanche Master Song. Then we're going to hear Butcher from Killing Jokes, What's This For? And then a pair of tunes, like I said, A Hell on Earth and Cries of Help from Discharge. And then we'll hear Sacred Love from Bad Brains, Eye Against Eye.
So we had all my vinyl, and Alex had all these vinyl. So we had all these like on a crate, you know, we have like 3 crates of vinyl boxes, and I had all my Discharge, Broken Bones, Finnish hardcore, Ratos, Chaos, you know, all the shit I love. And then Alex had all the stuff that he like. It was like a lot of weird shit, like Big Black songs about fucking and all this weird shit, Steve Albini shit, you know. But for us, I think what would draw me and Alex to the idea was we love Ministry, but we wanted to hear a heavier Ministry, you know, almost like Godflesh, but with hardcore. You know, how would Godflesh have had hardcore beats? Because Godflesh is all heavy grooves, but there's not a lot of speed on Godflesh. So we thought this would be Nailbomb, be cool to bridge the gap, like heavier than Ministry faster than Godflesh. Well, with all the elements of both of those worlds, with a lot of sampler. I think at that time you still could sampler without being hassle. So we took a lot of shit from cool movies. Like there's stuff from Apocalypse Now, there's stuff from Platoon, there's some shit from Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, Salvador. Yeah, there's a great one from Salvador. And I love sampler, man. I think it's cool. I think that's it's a very like Al Jorgensen's one of the best guys for sampling shit. You know, some of those Ministry samples. There's one in, I think is might be Burning Inside, but it's from Cry Freedom, the movie with Denzel Washington. So he just took this tribal rhythm thing that was going on in the movie. He put that on a Ministry track, and I remember watching the movie, going, "Oh shit, that sounds like Ministry." And I went back to the Ministry record. This is just like, this is where he took it. Motherfucker. He took that shit from Cry Freedom. That's crazy.
Godflesh were and still are an incredible band. I love them because they were sort of heavy and weird and not really metal band. Just way too weird and angular to be metal, but still very heavy and aggressive. The first time I saw them, they had these like tiny little amps that they would put up. Their amps were so small they had to put them on chairs to project the sound. There was like these amps were like cornflake boxes, and I was like, what is this? And then they just hit play on this drum machine and started playing. It's like the biggest cavernous, ridiculous sound you've ever heard in your life from two guys playing amps the size of cornflake boxes. Just absolutely brilliant. This song in particular was definitely a big influence, and if you care to listen to Spanish Fly from Hate Songs in E minor, you might possibly notice a few similarities. Joke also hugely influential for myself as a guitar player, and I think for the whole band. Definitely that super distorted guitar sound is fantastic, but also the sort of hypnotic grooves similar to Loop and Gang of Four too, like Killing Joke just sort of masters at that. But also Jazz did a lot of really cool things with his vocals in the studio, which was very influential. On Gut Rot, the vocal effect was literally we were in the studio doing Hate songs, and I played Colin this song Butcher and said, I want my vocals to sound like this. Like, what is it like? How does he sing like that? Or how do you do that? And Colin was like, oh yeah, you just distort the hell out of it. And I was like, great, let's do it. So, so you take a channel and just crank it on the desk until it really distorts. I just love that sound. So that was totally from Killing Joke. Tweezers, the vocal effects on Tweezers, also Killing Joke. And Sunshine of Your Love, the distorted vocals and the sort of weird effects, they're all over this record. And then, another record that was absolutely huge for me and my friends growing up was Nighttime, which is an amazing record.
baby. I said, won't you come to me as a whore? Don't lust off my body, baby. That's a bore. I see our love as being sacred. Just you and me. We don't need our business in the streets. Reality. I'm in here. You're out there. We know what's right. No crying. No lying. I declare. So good love. So good love. So good love. So good love. Maybe, maybe, maybe that will bless us to be one tomorrow. Visit from you every Tuesday. Right on time. A picture of you came through in the mail. No, you're not far. You got me hanging on a miracle. Spiritually, I'm in here. You're out there. We know what's right. No crying, no lying. I have declared. Sacred love. Sacred love. Sacred love. Sacred love. It's not a physical communication. Be brave to present to me all. Give it back from yourself. Put it out at will, and it's one is the reaching this compassion. We expect so much from this love, and I get sick of the sacred love. I get sick of the sacred love.
That was Sacred Love from Bad Brains, Cries of Help and Hell on Earth from Discharge, Butcher from Killing Joke, and then we kick things off with Avalanche Master Song from Godflesh. So, Mark, do you know why we played Sacred Love or why I put that song in there? Any ideas? I didn't know if you had found that out in your research at all.
I did not. I was assuming you'd play something from the first album.
You would assume, yeah. So basically what kind of happened, and they'll talk a little bit about it. Both Max will tell the story, and then it's in that Malcolm Dome kind of thing. But it was the vocal technique that was used on Sacred Love. HR was in prison at the time when they were trying to finish that, and he hadn't recorded that, so he recorded his vocals over the phone. And so that's why the vocals on Sacred Love sound so weird. And that was the technique that they used for some of your achievements. Okay. We're going to be playing in the next set here from Nailbomb there. Yeah, it's kind of cool. This is from the Malcolm Dome kind of article. It says, Newport came up with something of a surprise approach for the chorus to the song Some of Your Achievements. Max says, I was in Wales working on the mixes for the KSAD record with Andy Wallace. Alex was in Phoenix doing the Nailbomb record when he realized that he needed me to do the chorus for the song. He called me up and asked when I could do it, but I wasn't due to go back home for a while. Now, this was in the time before MP3s and emails really existed. So Alex suggested what seemed to us to be a novel solution, that I sang the stuff down on the phone. It was a crazy idea, but it worked. Mind you, it was a little odd. I was screaming my guts out down the phone while all these normal people like chefs were wandering past. I don't know what they made of me.
Like at the time. Payphone?
Yeah, probably a payphone. It's really funny. He says, at the time, Alex and I thought that we'd done something new with the phone chorus. We only found out later that Bad Brains had done it first, says Max, referring to Bad Brains' Sacred Love from their Eye Against Eye album, which singer HR had to record by phone from jail. So, yeah. So just thought it was neat to sort of show where that kind of technique kind of came from. Even if they didn't like directly steal from it, it gets like brought up in a lot of interviews and stuff. So it's not like a favorite Bad Brains song or anything like that, but just kind of interesting, kind of things.
Because their output's pretty hit and miss for me.
It is. Their early stuff's pretty fantastic. Eye Against Eye is kind of their last great one that has like some pretty strong songs on it and stuff. But yeah, so now it's kind of time to really kind of, now the influences are out of the way, it's time to sort of dive into the meat of Point Blank. And it's interesting, Mark and I were both kind of commenting that, like, in terms of show notes, this is like the least amount of show notes I've had for a show in a long time. And it's not because there's not much there, but we're really just focused on kind of one record, which is rare for us in recent times. And there's, like I said, there wasn't a lot of like intellectual sort of like theory behind how they assembled this record. And really Max does the lion's share of the lifting of this story through like a lot of these interview clips that you're going to hear. And there's just, so it might be a little bit shorter of an episode for us, which is rare.
Maybe.
Who knows?
We'll see. Let's all put together.
But basically this first set, we're just kind of going in order of the way the record is. And it kicks off obviously with Wasting Away. And then we get into Vai Toma no Ku. And Max
one that means like I want to fuck you in the ass or something.
Yeah, go get fucked up the ass or fuck you. And Max will actually tell the story of the origin of the song's title. So I don't want to ruin that surprise. You'll hear it right away when we cut to this next set of music. But yeah, it's just, it's kind of churning, kind of almost like a death metal Fear Factory, kind of riff that's sort of being built around that. Little fudge tunnel thrown in there, obviously.
It reminds me of the Nomad riff.
Yeah.
KSID.
Yep. It's definitely got that too. Yeah.
That's my only note for the song is Nomad.
Nomad, yeah. Just angry, nihilistic lyrics, a real indication of the mood you're about to escape into. Wasting Away is a little bit more kind of like I don't say upbeat, but it has a little bit more of that sort of Discharge kind of like sing-along anthemic quality, and whereas this is like more like nihilistic, and that's where a lot of this record's going to sort of be is very dark, very dystopian, very nihilistic towards a lot of things. And then that leads us right into 24-Hour Bullshit, which this is, in a lot of ways more prescient now than it was in 1994, when really 24-hour cable wasn't really super prevalent. I mean, there was some,
there's a couple networks, but yeah,
you watch MTV late at night, but like,
24-hour news. And I mean, how many 24-hour news stations are there?
I know.
Like hundreds at this point, like between like, if you have like online things, like, I've got my TV took a shit the day before the factory warranty expired.
Oh, okay.
So I went back to Best Buy and they're like, wow, that's pretty funny. This was going to be expired, tomorrow. I was like, yeah, that's
tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, no, I did this about a month ago.
Oh, okay.
But as far as like the warranty, like TV dying the day before the warranty.
Sure.
Luckily I went right in and did it. But there's like, all these extra things like Cheddar is another 24-hour news thing. There's all these other like little like app channels. So it's just like, it's fucking over the top. And then if you throw in, people's Facebook feeds and Twitter and like, there's no peace.
Yeah, no, it's just like a constant barrage of signals, penetrating your brain and things like that.
Not a whole lot of information being shared, but a lot of opinion being shared.
Sure.
And that's getting worse and worse and worse. And, the facts are kind of, on most things are kind of at the periphery that you have to dig for. Yep.
And from a sound standpoint, obviously that's Dino on guitar that you'll hear, and it's pretty much him right from the get go. And in a lot of ways, I think the sound he's achieving and like the pacing and the openness of the song compared to say like the first Fear Factory, which I'm drawing a blank on, Soul of a New Machine.
Yeah.
This one sounds a lot more like the sound they're going to pursue in 1995 with Demanufacture, which we've done an episode on. Just that sort of a little bit more groove, still fucking heavy, but more openness. To like feel the weight of the riffs a little bit more.
It kind of feels like Alex got more. He has more invested on the song as well, as far as like arranging it or something too. It feels more like a Fudge Tunnel song.
Yeah,
Especially more like the what is it? What was the last record they did? The Feudal Art of
the feudal,
something of whatever.
Yep.
We'll listen to the last episode.
something rather. Yeah. I don't know if I have Fudge Tunnel pulled up. I don't. I closed it down.
Yeah,
but
their last full length.
You're right. It sounds a lot like that and Demanufacture. It's kind of like those two records kind of combined almost, you know. And then in a lot of ways, Demanufacture to me is almost maybe the best companion piece to Point Blank. Like those two records almost like fit together in a lot of ways in terms of like who they're targeting. And you could throw that last Fudge Tunnel record in there. I think there's something kind of about those three records that all fit into that 94, 95 sort of space where it's still like heavy, but yet it's like catchy and it's got all that kind of stuff going on for it.
Yeah.
And the things they're targeting and talking about, you know, media manipulation, post-apocalyptic stuff, you know, it's all kind of there, violence, all that.
It's the complicated futility of ignorance.
That's what it is. Thank you.
So,
yeah. And really, it's pretty much like got that Fear Factory Fudge Tunnel sort of feel, except during those little detours into Discharge when Max is like sort of doing like kind of 24-hour bullshit, and there's like that like almost like punk riff kind of going on underneath real quick, but it's almost like a mechanical punk riff. It's very like
it sounds like it's a sampled riff that's just repeated over and over. Yeah.
It's pretty
samples and whatnot.
Yep. And speaking of samples, we get a sample at the beginning of Procreation of the Wicked from fucking Celtic Frost here and Hellhammer. And this was like, for me, when we got this record, Guerrillas was the first kind of masterpiece of the record. That was like our first favorite song. We loved, that was like for us, like a hit song. That and Cockroaches became like the second hit song. And then Sick Life was probably the third one. And those are songs that we would put on like mixtapes for other people, or we would play to some of our friends who had like one foot in like kind of like grunge and commercial music, but like could kind of maybe be open to some heavier stuff. You know, we weren't going to play them like Toma no Ku or some of your achievements, because those were probably too weird for them. But like Guerrillas had like enough catchy elements to it, and like almost like a chorus. It had like a more traditional sort of way of being constructed. But
I mean, my notes are Chugfest and then Ministry, like Ministry style sample.
Yep.
You know, uses where it's like repeatedly used.
Yeah, and you get that like kind of tribal thrash guitar that like KSAD and Arise do so well, but it's mechanized the way that like Solemn 69 was. You know, so it's like those kind of two records kind of coming together. This is one of the songs I wrote. This song probably pissed Andreas off because Max will comment, I think maybe in this next set, that like Andreas was like pissed that Max was like giving up too many like good riffs to this record. It's like, no, you save that for Sepultura. This is like a song that part of the construction of the song, I could see making like a good song for a future Sepultura, you know, thing. So, and I think like that sample in the middle from Salvador, which I'll kind of get into that movie in a second for people that maybe don't know. But like the way they use that in the middle is so memorable, and it pretty much predicts what White Zombie is going to do with samples on Astro Creep, where like the samples become a distinct part of the song. Do you know what I mean? And I know you probably weren't into White Zombie that much by the time Astro Creep came out, but that was a pretty fucking big record, you know, with More Human Than Human and Electric Head. And those are songs that were all over the radio, and all of them featured like a lot more samples than you heard on Las Exorcisto. And it's almost like that became like a thing there for a couple years, that bands that were doing this were integrating samples in a really cool way to lead to hooks, or like, the way it does in Guerrillas, where like the whole song sort of cuts out, and then like that sample in the gunfire just brings you right back into like this fucking killer hook again.
Well, I think that White Zombie record kind of like led them to where I think it was, you know, when it's more of a Rob Zombie vehicle, where it became this weird industrial thing that I didn't really hear much of that stuff until I worked at a record store, and one of the guys I worked with really liked his later on stuff. So I heard it, and I was just like, it's kind of boring, but I get why people like it. It's real hooky and good choruses, and it's almost like fucking danceable, you know?
Yeah, like Dracula, you know, from the I mean, it's like that's a song like if I heard it at a bar while I was like dancing or something like that, like I wouldn't hate it. That's the only time like I think I like that song. But like for me to actually like intellectually care about this song, like
I mean, it's all pretty. It's like his films. They're all everything that's there is on the surface. There's not a whole lot of like deeper meaning to a lot of these things.
Yeah, it's like just for like a visceral moment, to like
oh, you remember this, or like Yep.
And I think what's cool about Guerrillas is it's like simultaneously like mechanized and also like really primitive and tribal in terms of its rhythmic repetitions and stuff like that. But so for people who don't know, like this is they use quite a few like cool movie samples, and Max will talk a little bit about that in some of the interview clips. But this one comes from maybe a movie some people don't know as well, called Salvador. I don't know if have you seen Salvador, the Oliver Stone
James Woods movie?
Yeah, it's James Woods is in it. Jim Belushi's in it. Yeah. John Savage, who is the guy that ends up in a wheelchair in Deer Hunter. And then Cynthia Gibb from Rob Lowe, Patrick Swayze hockey movie Youngblood fame, if you remember that.
In relation to the Gibb brothers?
I one would hope it's Barry Gibb's daughter, but she was pretty hot, I think she played Karen Carpenter in the Karen Carpenter biopic, and she was in Short Circuit 2 as well. So a little blast from the past from my childhood, I guess there. But Woods played this guy named Richard Boyle, who actually also co-wrote the script. The real Richard Boyle did with Oliver Stone, nominated for Oscar and stuff. 86, pretty good year for Oliver Stone. He did Platoon same time, so. And then the next year he'll do Wall Street. So that was pretty much like peak Oliver Stone, Yeah. So, but it's about a journalist that's covering this civil war that's going on in El Salvador in 1979, 1980. And it was basically a civil war between like right-wing military dictatorship and then this kind of left-wing resistance groups that were trying to, fight back against oppression and things like that. And it's a pretty, it's a pretty left-friendly movie, which is kind of funny and ironic because of James Woods being in it, because he's this kind of caustic right-wing nut job now. But basically the anti-communist military dictatorship, as we alluded to in the last Talkset, was being supported by the U.S. because it was the Cold War. And they killed 4 American nuns and assassinated this famous archbishop down there named Oscar Romero. And so like basically they're murdering innocent people, and it became like much more of a bigger deal. And I think one of the sort of the sample you hear is when they're murdering one of the 4 American nuns in the movie and stuff like that. When the gun,
I'm pretty sure I saw that in the 90s. I went through like a big James Woods phase after seeing what the fuck?
Videodrome?
After Videodrome, when I first saw that, I went back and watched a bunch of his weird shit.
Hopefully you saw that great, it was a boxing movie with Lou Gossett Jr. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. Came out like 1990, 91, like something Wood. I don't know. I can't remember, but I have distinct memories of watching that at my grandpa and grandma's house.
Hardwood. So,
yeah. But the guy, Oscar Romero, he was interesting. He was kind of like held up by people who support this movement in the Catholic Church, especially in South America. South and Central America, called liberation theology. Have you heard of that before?
Possibly, I don't remember what the hell it's about.
So liberation theology is something I talk about my AP kids. It's this thing that kind of happened uniquely in like third world countries, especially in like the 70s and 80s. And it was kind of the idea of like, why don't we apply like the radical teachings of Jesus and his like dealing with like poverty and social justice. And it obviously you don't see a lot of that in America, unfortunately, but you see it in a lot in third world countries where there are this like kind of groups of radical priests that call themselves part of this liberation theology movement that's like there to like help actually like solve poverty and like help the poor, and instead of just being like this institution that supports the sort of mainstream government and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool.
Jesus was all about hanging out with whores and degenerates.
That's what I'm saying, like to me, it's like actually going to the kind of the roots of some of that a little bit. But yeah, so that's a sample you hear famously in Guerrillas is from that movie Salvador. It's a great movie, so worth checking out. It's kind of when Oliver Stone still had his kind of wits about him in terms of like making cohesive like movies. I don't know. haven't really enjoyed much he's done in the last couple of decades, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, like the Doors and
that was like early 90s. That was like 30 some odd years ago.
Sure.
You know what I mean? JFK, you know, I mean, he was still doing like stuff. I mean, I think Natural Born Killers was kind of where he started to like go off the rails a little bit, like kind of sniff his own bullshit, maybe a little too much. But
I think I was more interested in his documentary work than his, you know, fiction work. But
yep. So we go from Guerrillas into Blind and Lost. You know, pure Discharge worship here. You know, Igor's on drums, which is pretty cool organically.
you can definitely tell when Igor is on drums is compared to the drum machine and the programming.
Great punkish kind of Slayer noise solo. You get a classic Max going, oi, you know, it's kind of like one of his trademarks that he does in Sepultura a lot.
Yeah.
Great lyrics though. You know, where's your thoughts? Where's your mind? Blind and lost. Never learn. Have to be part of something. Never learn. Follow the leader. You'll fit in. And in a lot of ways, those lyrics kind of like describe kind of the current state of sort of tribalism and division that we sort of have, you know, blind and lost. So I thought that it was good, you know, and just a short but sweet, just punchy song. And I like that it contrasts really nicely with some of your achievements, which for me is one of the highlights on this record. And it's a song that's still like the weight of it as a kid in high school. I remember feeling and knowing it kind of felt different and deeply important, you know, more than some of the other songs on the record where you knew they were just kind of having fun or, you know,
it's more challenging too. I think with all, you know, I mean, it's like a Killing Joke song or something.
Yeah. It's all in, I think Max will talk about it. It's all in one key, the whole song, which is pretty rare. You don't hear that in too many, you know, songs today, but, I mean, lyrics, you know, here, I'll spit out some lyrics here. Children burning, crawling, dying, knowledge and science used as toys, splitting neutrons. We made us a bomb, no advances in the war. You call this something to be proud of? Some of your achievements, Nagasaki, some of your achievements, Hiroshima. So, you know, like just, it's, you know, I mean, there's no subtlety to this record. Like the whole record is like anti-subtlety, right? It's just kind of like
I think Caveman is the best way.
Yeah.
It's a lot of anger and it's a lot of, you know, talking about hypocrisy in the government and the world. And it's a very 90s record.
Yeah, for sure. It is. Yep. It's kind of coming off that post-Cold War kind of like lashing out at the sort of hypocrisies that were starting to be revealed as we kind of, I think there was something weird in the early 90s where like the black cloud of sort of the Cold War ended. So then we could kind of see clearly about some of the choices we had made in the previous decades. And we didn't really like some of the things that we saw, you know what I mean? Like
we're starting to like go back because this is like the era that I first started, you know, even though it was like under Clinton and everything was fine, you know, it seemed fine when you're a kid, but it was like, okay, now we're seeing that the government is, you know, like going back to more of that, like questioning the authority of, you know, whoever's in power. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's right or left. It's just like, fuck all of the authority.
Well, and I think too, there was a certain narrative that had been presented since the end of World War II that most people kind of subscribed to, you know, in a mainstream sort of way. And it was like, it wasn't kosher to like argue against that mainstream sort of narrative because of like the blacklistings and some of the things that sort of happened in the previous decades. And that got kind of re-upped in the 80s under Reagan, who kind of like brought the Cold War kind of back a bit. And it was like, once that was sort of over with, once we got through kind of the, you know, Desert Storm, and we're kind of like, what was all this patriotic bullshit? Like, what is all this stuff? And yeah, and I think we as a culture, and especially me being the age I was at, and probably you at the age you were at, you were starting to like kind of question all that stuff. So I think the 90s is a really interesting time to grow up because you're sort of in between the Cold War and 9/11, but like you have this freedom to like criticize things without a lot of consequences because the sort of patriotic kind of engine had kind of shut down. And so you had like 10 years there where like you could like openly talk about these things like Rage Against the Machine and all this stuff that was coming out in the mainstream. And that was cool. You know, I mean, it was an interesting time because like post 9/11 for a while, like, oh, you didn't want to be against the war because you're fucking, you know, patriot, you're not a patriot or whatever. Yeah. So like there was like a weird kind of freedom there to like talk about these things, and you see it in a lot of the records of this era. Like you said, it's very distinctly 90s.
Well, it's also like that was the last, like they'd never said that there wasn't going to be a draft again.
Yeah.
And like I remember when the whole the first Gulf War happened, my dad was fucking terrified that I was going to get drafted.
Really?
Like that was something that was still in the air.
Yeah, it's still a bitter memory from Vietnam, right? Like
yeah, I mean, because he was instead of waiting for his number to come up, he joined the National Guard, so he didn't have to fucking go over there.
There you go.
But even that's like, imagine that disruption of your life.
I know.
It's like,
and
holy shit.
Generationally, you and I had, and current generations haven't really had to deal with,
No, I mean, we don't. I don't think we really know. We don't know sacrifice like, World War II sacrifice.
Sure.
Like we don't have to, take coupons to get meat at the store and fucking bring in our aluminum cans to make munitions out of, and like I don't think we really know of sacrifice like previous generations did.
Yeah, in that sort of regard, for sure. So, but yeah, so kind of a somber way to sort of end this set. But again, I think also like that's this record. This record is not a record of it's it's an industrial metal record about like really stark reality and stuff like that. So
everything's on its sleeve.
Yes, it wears its heart on its sleeve and its anger on its sleeve for sure. But yeah, so we're going to hear from Max at the opening of this set. He'll introduce Vai Toma no Ku. He'll talk a little bit about kind of the Nailbomb project itself and kind of how it kind of came together. He'll talk a little bit about 24-hour bullshit and where some of the ideas from that sort of came from. And then he'll also reflect on some of your achievements, and we'll kind of go from there. So we've got Vai Toma no Ku, 24-hour bullshit, Guerrillas, Blind and Lost, and some of your achievements.
So pretty much was I discovered Fudge Tunnel on one of my first trips to Europe. In when we played Nottingham, Digby from Earache, he would come to the shows with boxes of vinyl, and it was like Christmas Day, you would get Carcass, Entombed, Boat Thrower, and on one of those boxes there was Fudge Tunnel, and I heard Hate Songs in E minor. I fell in love with it right away. Like I fucking love this thing, and we end up touring with Fudge Tunnel, and our stepdaughter Christina ended up getting involved with Alex Newport, and they end up moving to Arizona. And then there was a time where I was actually, I think I was still working on Chaos AD, and I think it was after the Arise tour. But I think all the guys went home for like vacation, and I wanted to keep working because I love music, I love metal, So it's like Alex was in town, and we will hang out a lot, and he was always curious about me showing him how to do thrash death metal riffs. So I'll show him, and I'll be like, show me some of those Fudge Tunnel riffs, man. Those like old Black Sabbath 1-chord power chords that you do on Hate Songs that I love so much. Because of that, we end up one day joking like, let's make a band, let's do a project. I don't know what the idea came from. I don't know if it was mine or it was his, but we end up starting writing some stuff together, entirely for fun. We had no agenda. We didn't know we were going to get signed, anything like that. Eventually Gloria got involved. She's like, I'm going to make a record out of this. This is great. This is awesome. Because she heard what we were doing in the room. And we needed money to buy a sampler, because a lot of the stuff the idea was to make an industrial metal kind of band with a lot of samplers. And so Gloria bought the sampler for us. She financed Nailbomb. She bought the sampler. Alex got really good at the sampler. We're sampling everything, doing all kinds of different beats on it. And we ended up just writing just for fun, man. It was just a very organic record that just kind of came out of with any giving zero fucks about what people are going to think about it. And that's like the beauty of Nailbomb. Nailbomb never gave a fuck about who's going to like it, if anybody's going to like it. We didn't care. It was just fun to make this kind of music. It's kind of absurd, industrial music, industrial metal combination. But yeah, it was, and I did that during the Chaos AD recording. I know Alex was my feedback advisor on Chaos AD. He's listed as that on the record. Because a lot of the feedbacks on Chaos, I was like, Alex, help me with the feedback. Let's get some killer feedbacks. So he became my feedback advisor. And while I was doing Chaos AD, I was singing for Nailbomb because Alex was finishing up the record. I think the song "Some of Your Achievements," I sing it over the phone from England. My parts are done like HR style, like he did the recording on the phone from jail. I did that from a studio in England, like screaming on the fucking telephone, and he recorded and it's distorted. You get the recording quality of the distortion of the telephone. That made it even more cool. We did a lot of crazy shit. I remember I had a white Camaro that went super fast, and we want to record the Camaro stepping on the brakes. So I'll be on my street. I'll gun it. I'll go 60, 70 miles an hour, and he hit the brakes, and Alex will be sitting on the curb, on the curbside with a microphone and headphones, and we record the car going, and then he'll put that and slow down, and I'll find a place for this in the record. Gloria had an old washing machine, and I wanted to record us banging the washing machine. So she gave it to us like, yeah, you guys go crazy. I don't use it anymore. Take it to the backyard and beat the shit out of this machine. So here we go again. We got headphones, microphone. I got this big fucking baseball bat. I'm busting the shit out of the machine. He's recording all the sounds. It's all on the record somewhere, man. It's one of my favorite was actually Vai Tomar no Cu, which was like Portuguese word. Alex was really like wanted me to do a song that's the title was in Portuguese. It's like what? Give me one of your worst cuss words, And I was like, well, this is pretty bad. You just stick up your ass. Or get fucked in the ass. That's the literal translation of Vai Tomar no Cu. The actual translation in English from Portuguese is "go drink from your ass," which makes no sense, But it was cool because in the end, Alex is singing Portuguese with me. He was in the studio. He's like, "Vai Tomar no Cu." I'm like, "Yeah, Alex, let's go, man! You're singing in Portuguese, man. It's badass." I'm saying cuss words, caralho, porra, all these Brazilian cuss words. And, we got that repetition ending, the very hardcore, very discharge. And I think the beginning of that is some old school death metal riff that he Frankenstein with his sampler with a turn. It's still today, I don't know how he did it, but I just know it sounds so badass, especially if you listen to it in headphones. It just sounds like some of the heaviest triplets chugging from death metal that you can hear ever. It's so cool. I'm so glad we did shit like that. It was cool, And then I think like the riff that kicks in right after that is very Helmet, like a meantime, So yeah, so we were influenced by. We were listening to a lot of the Helmet and Lard. I think Lard was cool. Like, I always liked Lard, which is Jello Biafra and Al Jorgensen together. I think they made 3 records. It's so cool. Like the collaboration. That's one of the coolest things I think that Jello and Al has done. I wish they would have done more Lard records because that was just so lethal. Same with Palehead, which is with the Ian MacKaye. Cool. But we were all very much inspired by all of that. All of those projects were even SOD in a certain extent was a big inspiration project for Nailbomb. It was like guys doing something outside, kind of like something on the side, and then you had other underground groups like Blood from the Soul, which is from Shane from Napalm.
Mm-hmm.
and Lou from Sick of It All. But I always liked the idea that this thing just kind of happened naturally because we were hanging out together, and I didn't want to be on vacation. I don't care for vacations, especially at that time. Now I'm more into, like, if I take a vacation out of school, I enjoy it. But at that time, I was like, I don't want a vacation. I don't care. I want to make noise. I want to make music. I want to keep creating. And so we made this record in this atmosphere. You know, one of the coolest things was also where we made it. It was in our nanny's bedroom, and she was this Mexican, super Catholic lady. She had a picture of Jesus on the wall. and we go there during the day with all these rockers, you know, fucking religious cancer and all. And I think she walked by and give us like this weirdest looks ever. Like even like crossing herself sometimes. Like, what the fuck is this guy doing in my room? You know, she had to go sleep there after we did all that unholy noise during the day. You know, I'm blasting this room after these motherfuckers leave. Probably lighting candles, fucking expel our spirits away. You know. But yeah, I think Nailbomb captured a lot of that spirit, is on the record, so it's like, and it was cool because we got, you got Igor doing a lot of live drums. We had Andreas doing some solos. We had Dino doing 24-hour bullshit. And it was cool because I got to convince him, give me a Fear Factory riff, man. Give me one of those, your fucking machine hand, machine right hand. And so 24-hour bush, it's a classic Dino. It's a stamp Dino riff that we got out of him.
For silver relative to the price of gold.
To work with the state that does some subsidy for the food.
Someone making money, Mr. Jones.
And I don't, and I may never see y'all again in life.
$22. So guessing that was now. Rate book. $279. Rate book. Rate book. That's $279. So guessing that was now.
ready for the future.
Away from home, learn to hate, die for the land, fucking waste. Away from home, learn to hate, die for the land, fucking waste.
And another song that I really like that is really weird, and I really didn't have much to do with it, was Some of Your Achievements. And still today, one of my favorite songs to listen. It's haunting. I think it's in the same key. The whole song doesn't change keys. I think it's in the same key, which is brilliant to start. It's like so fucking weird just to stay on that same key. You have all these drone noises. It just sounds very, very haunting, it's very haunting. And that's the one I sang over the phone because we're done recording, and I went to England to finish Chaos, and Alex was home in the studio trying to finish the Nailbomb. And so you have to say some of your achievements over the phone, So yeah, I like that one a lot. And I think to me, Guerrillas, it sounds very trashy, kind of like that's a full-on Sepultura riff. That's a straight out of a Rise, I don't know. I think the whole record's very, very interesting. Flow's really good. It has something about the flow of the songs that they feel very cool going from one to the other.
That was Some of Your Achievements, Blind and Lost, Guerrillas, 24-Hour Bullshit, and then we started off with Vai Toma no Ku. Just heard from Max there talking about Some of Your Achievements and talking a little bit more about that story of recording over the phone and stuff there. But I think one of the things about this record is the cover and some of the artistry. Max is going to tell the story about where they kind of discovered the images on it and stuff like that, that they were influenced by that first Rage Against the Machine record. And they actually went to the Associated Press and asked to see like other photos that were similar to that. And luckily there's a happy ending, I guess, to this story. It's a Viet Cong sort of woman being questioned, and she actually didn't get shot. So if there's a lot of negativity about this record, but maybe if you can find like a rainbow in the glass half full kind of moment, that's definitely there a bit. But I found a Revolver interview from a couple of years back too, and they kind of asked, I think it's mainly just Max, and they said, the spoken word samples are cool, but you also created your own samples, didn't you? And he says, yeah, Gloria had an abandoned washing machine she wasn't using anymore. So we got all those metal baseball bats and beat the crap out of it. We recorded all the beating sounds and threw them on different parts of the album. Also, I had a real fast white Camaro, and Alex would stand on the street with a microphone, and I would go 80 miles per hour and hit the brakes, and he recorded the sound and slowed it way down. We definitely got creative with it. So I thought that was a pretty good insight too. And
he's mentioned how boring it was in Phoenix if you weren't going to shows.
Yeah.
So I can see them doing all this stuff.
I know.
There's nothing else to fucking do.
It's almost like two guys doing jackass experiments or whatever, and you don't realize they're actually creating a sound bank for a kind of a big record for them and stuff.
Well, it's like stupid shit you do as a teenager where whatever project you were working on was the only thing that mattered in the world, and you could put 100% focus into that.
Yeah.
And this seems to be one of those. There's not a ton of that stuff anymore, that it's tough to completely just give yourself over to one thing with the world the way it is and communication the way it is right now. So
And they actually did tell kind of a funny story in this Revolver interview about, they asked him, what's the weirdest thing that happened in the studio? He says, well, we did most of the album at my house, but we recorded some of it at Shaitan Studios in Scottsdale, Arizona. He said, it doesn't exist anymore, but it was a beautiful studio right on the Camelback Mountains. He says, one day we were recording and Glenn Campbell walked in. I had no idea who the fuck this guy was. He had a cowboy hat and a country vibe going on. He listened for a second, went, well, this is great. These guys sound crazy. I called Gloria and said, hey, there's this Glenn Campbell guy here. Do you know who the fuck he is? And she said, oh my God, Glenn Campbell's huge. I just thought he was some wannabe cowboy guy. So,
There's a good Glenn Campbell documentary that came out a couple years ago.
Is there? Is it pretty
fucking
good?
Sad as hell.
Oh,
he's starting to have
he Alzheimer's?
Yeah, so he can't remember shit except when he's singing.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it's sad, but it's also, I don't know, the whole it's kind of shows some of the healing power of music as well. That was the only thing he could remember.
Is that just kind of how the brain works because of how we memorize songs and stuff like that?
I don't know. They didn't really get scientifically into it. It's more kind of like the heart of the, the documentary, whatever, but
yeah,
it's worth watching for sure.
Huh. Yeah. I never really got too much into his stuff. I know I've heard bands he's been part of at times, like where he's guested or whatever, but
I mean, it's not like I don't really care about the music as much, but like his like cultural,
but the story
phenomenon that he was too.
Yeah.
And like just kind of how it's like one of those, like a warrior that does one last, that's the Lethal Weapon thing. You
sure.
go on one last job. This, once proud, strong guy that has a little bit left in the tank.
Looks like Aronofsky's The Wrestler or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that type of kind of like tragic hero.
For sure. Yeah, but I always thought the cover was super iconic, and Max will talk a little bit about the cover, but it's one of those covers, like once you see it, like you just can't like unsee it, and even like the back of it too, with somebody getting beat by a police officer, and then the kind of weird Nailbomb Anarchy sign that was on the CD. I don't know if you remember that at all.
I've never had the CD, so I would have had a tape probably.
Okay, a tape, yeah. Jeff,
I don't have anything now.
Yeah, that Nailbomb cover, and it's like a weird, like it's an NB put together, almost like an anarchy sign with the letters.
Is it almost like the Dead Kennedys, the DK symbol?
Yeah, and that's kind of like, he'll talk later in the interview that they were really influenced visually by the Dead Kennedys, and actually, we'll talk about this in the next Talkset a bit. But when they do Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide, they actually bring in John Yates, who worked at Alternative Tentacles for 10 years as an art director, and he like helps them kind of construct the Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide. So nice. They definitely had that intention, and I mean that's why they cover Police Story and things like that too. Mm-hmm. And they get DH Peligro involved on the Dynamo show. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. So yeah, just wanted to point that out for people that definitely that's one of the telltale signs of this record is just looking at that cover and seeing that black and white photo,
I mean, it definitely pulls back or brings back like early 80s hardcore vibes.
Sure.
Huge.
Yeah.
Discharge and Kennedy's.
Grass and some of that kind of stuff. Yep. Absolutely. Totally. So this next set, we're going to start with the hit song, I guess, probably the most popular song from this. It's even a song I think that Max said they played on the KSAD tour sometimes at some shows. And that's Cockroaches. And this is, it's basically like I said, it's appropriate that both Helmet and Sepultura both covered Symptom of the Universe in the mid 90s, because this is essentially what would happen if Helmet and Sepultura were like the same, merged together as a band, I guess.
This is one of the Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer sample on his
sample in the middle. Yeah. And, it's definitely the KSAD Sepultura riff and Helmet Betty. So it's not really a Meantime riff. It's more like the sort of effervescent, kind of bubbly. Betty's such a weird record. I love it, but it's not as like tight as like the stuff they were doing on those first two Helmets. It's a little bit more open. And I think that's the kind of Helmet you're seeing here a bit, more.
True. Yeah, I think that the Strap It On and Meantime, especially the snare production was so weird, but I fucking loved it. Like I wanted every fucking snare to sound that way for some fucking reason. But it's just like that fucking ping just like got you, like it just locked the groove in.
Yeah, it's almost like what are those things they use to like tell the time, like for musicians, like piano players.
Metronome.
It's like almost like he's doing like a metronome type drumming in terms of like the precision and like you said, the way that snare works.
Yeah.
Whereas like Betty to me sounds more like Failure or Cave In or something. It's more in that kind of vein of albums, where it's like
production wise, it's like night and day.
Yes, absolutely.
Totally different.
And of course, this is Igor on drums. So like those rhythmic instincts here are really like kind of on point. And Max, his chorus is kind of peak Max, like KSAD type Max. And there's that really kind of churning kind of Solemn 69 industrial, almost like a semi lead. It's very clever that they do. You hear it a little bit kind of at the end and stuff. And of course, Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer sample. I remember renting that with Tweed for the first time, and I hadn't really seen a lot of horror movies. I kind of came into horror late because I had some pretty I saw a couple horror movies when I was too young and had some some PTSD, and my mom didn't like horror movies. So it was just like a thing that like, it just didn't happen that much. But I remember that movie really got under my skin in a way that like horror movies I'd seen. I think I saw it before Texas Chainsaw. And so
it was kind of the same presentation where like, is this a documentary or is this, real?
Yeah. You felt really gross. Like I felt like I needed to like bathe after watching Henry Portrait, serial killer.
Michael Rooker, man, he's a fucking force.
Yeah. And Otis, just like Otis like creeped me out too as like his accomplice or whatever. And I thought it was kind of apropos that we were kind of talking about this stuff because of, like I was telling Mark off mic, I've been binging Mindhunter lately, which is that old Netflix series that Fincher did about like the beginning of the serial killer kind of division of behavioral science and the FBI and stuff. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, some of those dudes they interview on that show are creepy as fuck too. So
Kemper, holy shit, man!
Oh, Kemper, man, that guy, holy cow!
That
the
actor,
guy that plays him is so
Christ.
good. Yeah, so good. But yeah, so then we go from Cockroaches into For Fuck's Sake. This definitely, especially at the beginning, you hear a lot of like stuff that you associate, I think, more with like Frontline Assembly, Fear Factory, like kind of the industrial dissonance for about a minute before the song kind of kicks in there. And I just said the sonic resonance of the riffing and For Fuck's Sake, this is the heavier Ministry, the dream achieved, that like they want it. Like this is it right here.
I got Ministry with caustic bits.
Yeah. And there's a couple moments where the guitar bends towards that sort of D beat kind of grinding thing, like right before he screams like life goes on and stuff, where it kind of goes into like a little bit of a punkish kind of thing, but it's still like in the industrial realm. Like you said, he probably is taking like a sampled loop of a punk riff and kind of playing around with it there.
I think especially with like a more discerning ear after, hearing so much more music in the last, since this thing came out, I think a lot goes to what Alex is doing, like twiddling knobs.
Yeah.
Like he's really dialing in a lot of shit that seems like, when you just think like, oh yeah, this is all played live, but like, no, that's like a little 2-second, thing that he keeps like mathematically, popping in there and really like this, almost this mechanical, delivery to the thing. It sounds like a machine.
Well, and we were even commenting about how much like now, a couple decades later, we appreciate Alex's vocal contributions because it's much more subtle and atmospheric and breathy.
Yeah.
And it's a really nice contrast with what Max is sort of doing. And Max is just, like you said, doing Max, it's all Max can do.
That's what we want to hear.
Yep. And it's different even than some of the Fudge Tunnel stuff that he was doing. It's more,
totally. I think Alex is more of a chameleon. Yeah. I think that makes sense why he's more of a studio guy now than necessarily a performer. I think he's interested in like creating the stuff and making it sound right on record, but not necessarily performance isn't his favorite thing.
Sure. Yeah. Speaking of like things that Alex is like integrating into For Fuck's Sake, the sample in it is it's the last TV appearance of Gigi Allen. From the Jane Whitney show in 1993 before he killed himself or whatever. So there's some kind of weird samples that are kind of in there. That's Gigi Allen. So
I think that whole era. What the hell's the guy's name that did Joker? Todd
Phillips.
Todd Phillips did a document. That was like one of his first things he did was a documentary about the year leading up to Gigi's suicide. Because he was gonna originally, Alan was talking about he was gonna kill himself on stage as like his final. Kind of thing, or his final, like, statement on music or whatever.
Yeah,
but it's not. You can watch it on YouTube. It's great. It's all. I mean, it's all shot on video, but it's super. I think Gigi Allen's a really interesting guy. Kind of the last. I think probably the last like really like dangerous musician that just didn't give a shit about anything except for what he was doing.
Sure.
I can't think of anybody that like what he said he meant. It wasn't like, Watain or, these bands that are obviously are great musicians and have a great stage show, but they're not really as nihilistic as they lead on to believe, like. Yeah,
he was the real deal.
He was the real deal. And they had some great music too.
Yeah, I've never really spent much time with Gigi Allen. I know Tim O'Brien was like way into him, and Justin Norton actually reached out after doing the Dead Kennedy show and said, "Hey, we should do a Gigi Allen show." I'm like, hey, maybe down the road. It's something I'm not disinterested in. I've never sat down with this stuff.
Check out that documentary because not the one just came out on HBO recently that was I think this brother's named Merle. He was always like the bass player, the guitar player in the band, in the Murder Junkies. But that one's not. It's okay, but check out that Todd Phillips one.
Todd Phillips one.
Yeah, it's definitely worth watching.
Yeah. And speaking of uplifting songs, we go to World of Shit. So, and this is where,
for fuck's sake, and World of Shit are kind of like the most to the point song titles on this album, really.
I mean, can you understand how for like a 14-year-old freshman in high school, like why this was like this hit different, right? Like
that's why Rage Against the Machine, all that stuff was hitting because it like tapped into that angst that you didn't understand.
That visceral, young energy, the inarticulateness of youth culture, is definitely
you
there.
knew shit was not right, but you didn't know what
exactly.
you were mad about.
I didn't know why. Like I said, I could smell the politics, but I couldn't understand the politics. Like I knew I was
Mount Pleasant. We didn't really we weren't dealing with like the adversity that an inner city kid would deal with,
Exactly. But I certainly suspected something was amiss, So that curiosity is hugely important, I think, to any, all learning is you just gotta be curious.
Absolutely. And questioning of everything.
Absolutely. But yeah, World of Shit, we get kind of, Andreas gets to sort of play off of Max, which is cool. Those two are great when they're together. And Andreas really soars into some really cool caustic solos throughout World of Shit that are pretty fun.
Love has that constant, that hate is reality.
Yeah.
That's what I actually named our Zoom meeting today.
Yeah, I saw that. Don't you know? God hates. Yeah,
but it's a definite kind of hip hop vibe to the song.
Oh, for sure. That it's the kind of same thing like Obituary does sometimes with
the
like
bounce.
The bounce. Yep, it's definitely there. I think I asked him. I don't know if I included it as like a thing, but I said like in a lot of ways, like Nailbomb was the opening up of ideas that you hear on Nailbomb, like where Max is getting to play in a bigger sandbox. Like I think in a lot of ways, and this is, depending on what your perspective is, for better or for worse, I think is the pathway to Roots. Like that record, whether you like it or hate it, it has a lot of interesting ideas all over the place. And some of them land and some of them probably landed in 96 and don't land so much now. I was fine with Roots. Roots came out while I was still young enough to like be kind of plugged into that before I kind of really left that whole scene completely behind. But I can definitely see why people hated Roots. Like it's not like a surprise to me. Like, oh, you didn't like Roots? What the hell? But like I saw it as an extension of Nailbomb. I didn't see it as Korn, if that makes sense. Like to me, it was like I still liked enough KSAD Nailbomb stuff that to me it was like the next weird place they could go, and it didn't freak me out because I wasn't as endeared to Arise and Beneath the Remains because KSAD was my first record and Nailbomb came really close after KSAD. So my perspective on Sepultura was kind of through that lens, and I didn't hate Roots as much. I was like, oh, they're just doing more weird shit like they were trying to do on Chaos and they really did on Nailbomb.
Yeah.
And
no, I hated that record.
Oh, for sure. And I completely get why you would, because
but like Beneath the Remains is the first thing. Yeah. And then Arise, I listened, we got into Arise as it came out. That was like our first Sepultura record that when it came out, we were listening to it. And KSAD was fine, but you could kind of see where they were going. And, in retrospect, I think it's an important record. It's a culturally relevant record for them too, which is not many bands get to explore that type of, the rhythmic drumming and all that kind of shit that they were pulling in from different Brazilian, like traditional Brazilian bands or whatever.
Yeah.
Or traditional music. That's all great. I just don't, it's too fucking bouncy and it's not my vibe, but I totally appreciate what they were trying to do with it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not a record.
I have the record, but it just because it came in
that box
the
set,
complete Roadrunner box set that I've got.
There's songs I still like. I probably would never sit down and listen to that whole record from start to finish.
The title track's fine.
Yeah, there's like Straight Hate's good. Like there's some heavy songs that aren't like super bouncy and stuff. But
it's just like the rhythm and the drumming is all that really, when it connects, that's all that connects with me.
Okay, got it.
The rest of it's a little bit too, like the guitar is so abstract from what it was.
Sure.
There's not a whole lot of chugging like Sepultura's like known for. It's a lot of this dissonant, the Andreas Kisser dissonant riffs that started coming out and stuff.
Yep. And again, you hear that. Yeah, you can hear the last remnants of some of that stuff here, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about there's one part of World of Shit that's like really a pretty, like it's just a neat little thing that I kind of zoomed in on. It's especially when like the guitars sort of drop out of the song around like the 240 mark, and you hear just this kind of bubbling synth in the sort of sample, and then you hear the warmth of feedback for a few seconds, letting you know that like crushing riff's about to come in. It's like he plugged the like guitar back in and it goes, ooh, and then you're like, oh shit, here it comes. And it's such like a cliche thing to do, but it works. It hits, right? So
every time I hear fucking feedback on a I Hate God song, I was like, yes.
Yeah. Oh shit, here it comes. Yeah, it's that. It's like kind of thing happening. And Andreas gets a really nice noisy lead like in the last 30 seconds. That's pretty fun too. So, and then that leads to Exploitation. And Max is going to tell the story of Exploitation.
It's a Doom cover.
It is. It's a Doom cover with unintelligible lyrics. He's not actually singing the lyrics from the Doom cover. And there's a funny story Max will tell after.
Well, the sample in the beginning, is that not one of the dudes from Doom saying this is like, all I can understand is like, pull the chain on this one, man.
So it's like actually not.
Piece of shit.
That's a funny story. It's a janitor at the studio. So yeah, it's pretty.
Because
funny.
It almost, after you hear the story he's going to tell, you're like, oh, I just assumed this was like somebody from Doom that heard it and said this is what we think of it.
I mean, it's just great D-beat, kind of grindy, kind of punk stuff, Hilarious intro, very famous outro. That was their T-shirt slogan. Feels good to be a punk rock loser or whatever.
Yeah.
Got one thing from the Malcolm article from Metal Hammer, and it's Max kind of just talking about. Malcolm says the Point Blank album was released in early '94 and immediately blew up a storm with its unaffected vitriolic blast furnace emotion. It was moreover a record that seemed to delight the label. And Max says, despite what we were doing not being commercial, Roadrunner never interfered. On the contrary, they let us get on with things. The only problem they seemed to have was the photo we used on the cover. I found that in a book. We went through lots of books looking for appropriate images, but some of the people at the record company were a little freaked out by it. But we insisted that we had to have that image. And then Cavalera says that Newport was the one that came up with the title of it. He says, I had never heard of a Nailbomb until he mentioned it. Once he explained what it did, the idea that what we were doing musically was something similar very much appealed to me. And of course, Max will tell you what a Nailbomb is. I think in this set here, he's going to talk a little bit about it.
Definitely a better name than the other ones they were tossing around. Like it tells you exactly what this is. It's a fucking terrorist device.
And then they kind of Malcolm kind of asked him a little bit about why it was called Point Blank. And Max says that wasn't our first choice. We were actually going to make the title 1000% Hate, but then it got changed along the line. We also had a great idea for a sticker to go on the sleeve. It was going to read, quote, now with 10% more hate than any other record. It was a piss take on all those consumer goods that seem to boast that they've got more caffeine or whatever than their rivals. I can't remember why that idea got dropped. It's just so cool. It's pretty funny there, but yeah. So let's kind of get into it here. We've got Cockroaches. We've actually got a pretty long set of Max kind of telling some stories, both about the name of the band, the cover, and then kind of introducing Cockroaches here. And then the song Cockroaches, then For Fuck's Sake. And Max will talk a little bit about that in World of Shit. Then we've got Exploitation, followed by one last Max kind of coming in and telling the story about that song and the Doom cover and all that kind of fun stuff. So enjoy the lion's share here of Point Blank from Nailbomb.
Yeah, I mean, I think the original title of Point Blank, the first name was 1000% Hate. And it was kind of like, I think we kind of like, the way we felt was like you had a machine gun and you're shooting everything that you don't like. Religion, media controlling, drugs in the end, especially on the last song, A Dark Room Is My World, Sick Life. So it's very against junkies and heroin, And it's like, it was like, it was just a big fuck you to everything that we don't like. So I think in that way, you can kind of say it's kind of a political record. Album cover also was very shocking for that time. I think when that album dropped, I mean, first was the name. I remember the name. Alex is suggesting this name, and I'm asking, what is a nail bomb? He goes, well, it's a bomb that you make and you put nails. So when it blows up, the nails pierce the people. And I'm like, holy fuck, that's a brutal fucking name. You know, that is a brutal name. Like, and to me, it was like, we sound like that, right? We sound like a bomb going off and nails going to every direction and impaling everything that we don't like. So I love the name. I love the. It was and it's definitely Alex a name because it's from his England background, from the whole IRA shit. You know, that's what the name comes from. I remember even we were a little bit worried when at the time because the IRA used Nailbomb in some terrorist attacks. And we were a little worried, like, so I think some people are going to take this the wrong way, or, but yeah, we didn't care anyway. But I remember the cover, we really liked the Rage Against the Machine, Burning Monk. Yep. We liked that a lot. So we contacted the same company that they got that picture. And it was AP, Associated Press. Mm-hmm. And as somebody at Associated Press sent us a shit load of pictures. There was like 100 pictures, and one of them was this lady, the Vietnamese lady, with a gun in the head. You know, you can see the gun pulling on her skin. But we found out that she didn't die. The guy didn't shoot her. That was just an interrogation. He was just interrogating her. You know, which kind of make it better. You know, but it was very visceral looking, man. I mean, just that. Just the gun in the head, the Vietnamese face. It looked menacing. And I remember the same guy, Danny, telling me a story that he had that poster on his wall, and his dad is a mafia, Italian, mafioso, Godfather type guy. And the father came home. Danny was in his room. The dad opens the door and sees the nail bomb. It's like, you're gonna take that down from your wall. And like, I don't care about your devil shit. I don't care about girls. I don't care about but that's coming off your wall. You're not. And he's like, but that's my friend Max. Blah blah blah. I don't care. That's insulting. That's so for I think it did what it needed to do. The shocking. It was shocking enough that an old school Italian guy felt offended about it. It was good. So I like that. It's like those are stamps of approval. It did what it needed to do. It's a shocking cover. It's to react. We want to get a reaction out of people, and we got it. And I think that is definitely a strong image kind of cover. I think like with album covers, there's many different ways to go, but I think what we wanted with Nailbomb was. Yeah, I think we saw the Rage Against the Machine cover. Also, like some of the Dead Kennedys. We were very much into the whole Alternative Tentacles catalog. It was big. I loved the art department of Alternative Tentacles, and we end up using the guy on the second record. He made the layout for the second album. I forgot his name, but it was great because we were friends with Jello and Greg, and they were like the main guys in Alternative Tentacles. And it was cool. Like they had all these crazy shirts, like Democracy, we delivered, a bunch of bombs falling. Jesus loves you, and there's like a terrorist guy with a gun. Yeah, because I think like the Dead Kennedys artwork stuff was awesome, right? It was like. It was such a black humor, sarcastic too, very sarcastic. Yep. That's jealous. Even with the lyrics, that's his humor. Holiday in Cambodia. It's Kill the Poor. Like those are great lyrics, man. Like very very cool, controversial but cool kind of shit to listen to. But we were trying to. I think like the lyrics on the album. That was just me and Alex just went at it. I think Alex writes a little bit more abstract than me. I'm more direct. My lyrics were more direct. His was kind of abstract. I still kind of like don't know sometimes what he's really talking about. There he goes. And then, you know, I still kind of don't know in some of the words what exactly is the meaning. I ponder about that sometimes. Like even the beginning of Wasting Away, you know, carve your eyes into your arm so they don't get taken away. I think he's talking about tattoos, but then Alex doesn't have any tattoos, so it's like he might be talking about something totally different. You know, that's what I got it from. You know, I think it's, to me, represents tattoos. You know, carve your arms in your arms so they don't get taken away. You know, Maybe he's talking about government printing people. Yeah, I think Cockroaches is a good one. It's a big one. It was one of my favorite. So we ended up actually playing in many Sepultura concerts back in the Chaos AD tours and some of the Roots tour. We end up playing Cockroaches in some of the shows. It's just like, it's a killer Alex riff, the opening riff. Like, it's very Fudge Tunnel, you know, very, very much like something out of Hate Songs. And then, you know, the chorus is a very Max riff. So that was that's like the pure marriage of me and Alex riff ideas in one song. I think this one captured the most. For Fuck's Sake was an interesting one. We were listening to 9 Inch Nails, and we're trying to reproduce the 9 Inch Nails idea. I think it's from the first 9 Inch Nails, the Pretty Machine or Pretty Something Machine. Alex and me were just trying to, so he does the quiet, almost like whispering voice on top of like a computer tribal beat, you know, and then kicks in with a full-on thrash riff, but it's all drum machine. And that was cool. That was like, there was stuff like that to me was a lot of very much out of my comfort zone. You know, I never played with a drum machine. I was playing with a drummer, but to see another song that was really cool for that was Word of Shit, because I was like dense, you know, it was like this big dense fucking groove. It's a huge monster groove, and you had this fucking like this fucking metallic riff on top of it, man. And then all these fucking funky keyboards. Yeah, that one was a lot of fun. I like the lyrics of that one. The Word of Shit, it's heavy, it's angry, it's like really pissed off lyrics. So that was kind of the answers of the project. Kind of like inspiration, but you're making something totally different from it. So I don't even think it's not a rip-off, because a rip-off, if it was the same riff, then it would have been a rip-off, but it's not. It's an entirely new riff. Yeah, and we had a lot of fun. That was all Alex, because I very illiterate on a computer. It's always been to today. I don't have a cell phone. I'm caveman. I'm full-on Brazilian caveman in the social media world. I think that's what keeps me sane. I don't read all the negative bullshit. And it's like, I left all that to him. Like, you do all the sampling. And sometimes, man, he'll be working on the Word of Shit drum beat. I'll go to sleep. I'll sleep for like 4 hours. I'll wake up and he's in the same beat. I'm like, Alex, you still in that fucking beat? Like, I'm just getting it. I'm just finalizing, man. You know, I used to call him Mr. Hate because he hated everything. You know, he's like, the only time I ever see he got along great with me, but he hated everything else and everybody else. This was a very, very interesting guy. At one time, I was having a conversation with him, and we started talking about live shows. He goes, "Yeah, I hate the noise of the crowd." I go, "Repeat that with me one more time. Let me make sure I understand. You hate the noise of the crowd." Yeah, it's like, why are you a musician? You know, it's like It's like hating guitar and playing guitar. Like, I hate the sound of the guitar, but I'm a guitar player. But he told me that with a straight face, truly. Wow. Like, I hate the sound of the noise of the crowd. I fucking hate it. I wish there was none of that. And I was like, now I know why you're a studio guy. But fucking was just a good time, man. And I remember Andreas listened to some of the Nailbomb stuff and be very angry because it was so good. And he's like, you should have saved that for us. I was like, I already did a lot for KSAD. What do you want from me, man? You know, it was really good. You know, it was like, it's a powerful record. It's a good record. And of course, we had no idea it would become this underground cult that became, you know, and still today people bug me like, you going to make another Nailbomb? Are you going to make, you, Alex? You guys gonna? I would love to do another one. I would have really loved to, if I can convince him. I don't think it's possible, but if it would be possible, it would have been one of the most amazing things. To make a new Nailbomb record. It would have been great.
Hate is reality. God hates. Hate is reality. Hate is reality. Hate is reality. Don't you know God hates?
Violence is what you breed.
God hates?
Violence is what you breathe. Racism is what you breathe. Hate is what you breathe. What they use make me a man.
Hate is reality. Hate is reality. Hate is reality.
What God said.
Hate is reality. Hate is reality. Hate is reality.
What God said.
Hate is reality. Hate is reality. Hate is reality.
What God said.
Hate is reality. Hate is reality. Hate is reality.
What God said.
Don't you know God hates?
Hate is reality. Hate is reality.
Don't you know God hates?
Oh my God. You've got to be joking. What is this, for the toilet? This is WC music. I could lose my eardrums listening to this. Who the hell dreamt this lot of nonsense up? I mean, pull the chain on this one. Do many people listen to this and enjoy it? Gotta be bloody well joking.
Like that was the thing about Nailbomb. There was no rules at all. There was no gimmick, no rules, no politics, no agenda. We didn't have to make a song to fit nothing. You know, you're just writing it for the hell of writing, just having a great time. Even one of the best moments on the record, I think, is I drank half a bottle of rum, and Alex called Gloria, very worried about me. You know, he calls her like, I think Max is really wasted right now. I don't know if he should keep drinking. It's bad. He already killed half a bottle of rum, and he's raising hell here. And then he had the tape rolling, and that's when I came up with "Feels Good to Be a Punk Loser" in the end of the song, and we put that on the record. Also, there's a voice of the studio janitor. Alex play him some Nailbomb, and he hates it. He goes, "What is this WC music?" He calls it WC music, which is like brilliant. You know, like who says shit like that? You know, it's like so cool. But yeah, the whole process, it made me realize there's different ways to make records, because Chaos AD, to some extent, even our Rise was very professional. You know, there's a professional made records. You got a producer. You go to a studio. You take it very seriously. And Nailbomb, although we went to a real studio, there was we were producing ourselves. There's no producer. We don't have to listen to anybody. There's no rules. We can put whatever we can make a minute of farts, put it on if we want it. You know, it's like anything goes, man. It was cool. It was like liberating to make this kind of record. You know, in a way, it's like one of the most fun times I had in the studio in a long time. Yeah. You realize that some of the stuff you don't need to think too much about it. Just do it. Just record it. The way it came in, first instinct. A lot of times, first instinct shit is the best shit. And Exploitation is actually a cover from Doom. I didn't bother getting the original lyrics, and so I sing English that don't exist, which is my way of thinking of the song. So I'm singing, there's like no lyrics, you know. And I remember meeting the Doom bass player, and his puzzle. It's like, why didn't you bother getting the lyrics? They're cool lyrics. They're against killing of animals, you know. And I was like, man, because it's punk rock. How much more punk rock can you get? Like, not bothering look up the lyrics. Just record it. Anything, just mumbo jumbo with your fucking voice. But yeah, it's like the stuff we're listening to, Doom, Extreme Noise Terror. I love the Extreme Noise Terror album. I remember showing that to my mom, because the back cover, the singer is doing a line of coke. That's his picture on the record. And I showed my mom. I said, Mom, check this guy out. What if I did that, Mom? What do you think? I mean, I'll be very disappointed in you, Massimiliano. You know, the singer's doing a line of coke, man. That's his fucking picture. It's so punk rock. But yeah, I think Nailbomb captured a lot of that spirit, you know, is on the record.
That was Exploitation, World of Shit, For Fuck's Sake. And then we kicked things off with Cockroaches. Heard a lot of good stuff there from Max, telling some stories about the songs and the just the origins of the titles and the cover and all that sort of fun stuff. So we're kind of arcing, you know, towards our last little stretch here. And I think, you know, we want to talk a little bit about kind of the finality of the band and the two live shows that they played. A lot of people only know about the one, but Max actually coming up here will tell about playing another smaller club show, which he says should have been recorded for Proud to commit commercial suicide instead. He actually feels that like Dynamo was too big for a band like Nailbomb. They're not that kind of band.
Did they do the club show before to warm up for that? Or
yeah, and he says it was just like awesome. He says like the energy was like perfect for what the band is, because they're not like a commercial band, you know, like they're not Sepultura.
They're not an arena band. Yeah, like they're going to sound better. I mean, most of the stuff that we listen to honestly sounds better in a smaller environment. Scene. But like, you know, like the Scorpions, they sound great in a studio, you know, a stadium environment.
Sure.
You know, there's certain bands, but this is definitely not one of them.
Yep. Agreed. Yeah, so, you know, but first kind of let's talk about Dynamo for a second, because that's kind of their grand finale. And this actually is from the Metal Hammer thing from Malcolm Dome. And he says, we were asked to play at the Dynamo Festival in Eindhoven, Holland in June 95. It was the biggest Dynamo ever. Over 100,000 people were there. Now, we had agreed not to turn this into a regular band and tour, but we felt that this was a one-off and therefore it didn't count as breaking our word. Actually, we did 2 shows, as we played a club gig the night before just to warm up. We decided that this had to be an event, not merely a gig. So we got loads of people involved with it. The list is enormous. Evan Seinfeld from Biohazard, Dave Edwardson of Neurosis, D.H. Peligro from Dead Kennedys, Reese Fulber of Frontline Assembly. It was amazing, and the gig was incredible. Eventually, it came out as a live album, Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide, and a DVD, live at Dynamo as well. The strange thing is that we didn't know at the time that anyone was recording or filming the show. I don't even remember seeing any cameras at any point. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting sort of thing kind of going on there. So basically too, the other thing that's kind of going on with Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide is there were two actual new songs that sort of were put on at the end of the live show. And I remember getting this promo. It might have been from you and Chris. And it was, I got a promo tape used at New Moon that was this record. And it didn't have much of a cover, if I remember right. It didn't actually have the real cover to it. It was almost like...
A lot of the time, those promos didn't have any cover at all.
Sure. So I want to believe it was probably yours or Chris's that you sold back to the record store there.
That's probably right.
And, you know, I was kind of sad that there were only two new songs on it. I actually didn't know at the time because, you know, this is a time too, 95, 96, whereas, you know, unless you read an interview with the band, you didn't really know what was going on. Like, I didn't know Nailbomb was like a one and done project. You know, I had no idea about what was sort of happening with it. And technically, I guess you got a third song because they did do a Dead Kennedy song, which we'll hear in the set coming up, Police Truck. But it was, you know, an industrial tune called Zero Tolerance, pretty cool tune. And then this song, which I kind of loved at the time because of the mentality of where I was as a person. But While You Sleep, I Destroy Your World. And the cover of Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide was actually of the Jonesboro Massacre. And it was partially created and designed, like I said before, by John Yates, who had worked with Alternative Tentacles for 10 years. And so, yeah, that whole like Dead Kennedy's aesthetic. I actually talked to Max. I can't remember if it's in any of the parts that the interviews that we'll be playing. I might have edited it out. Where about like the Dead Kennedy like episode that we just did, and some of the how he interviewed a guy that worked in the art direction. He was like, "Oh, that's awesome. Send that to me." So I'm going to send that to him once this episode gets released or whatever. But the funniest part about the While You Sleep, I Destroy Your World, which we'll hear in this next set, is sort of the opening of it. And he says, I called up a friend of mine, Danny Marinino, the front man of a band called the North Side Kings, which, by the way...
Yeah, that's the guy that punched Danzig.
The punch Danzig, yep. When he answered, I just acted like a psycho, whispering things about getting him. It was freaky. Now, if someone had tried it with me, I'd have hung up in about a second flat. But Danny kept on for about a minute saying, "Who's there? Who is this?" And then his Italian blood got the better of him. He said, "Come on, tough guy. Show me what you got." At which point I hung up, and then the song starts. He says, it was only when he heard the track, While You Sleep, I Destroy Your World, that Danny realized what had actually happened. We never told him before he heard it. The strange thing is that he was our second choice for the prank call. I was going to do it to Gloria's parents, but they weren't actually at home. Pretty funny story. But it says, yeah, released in October 95, Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide marked the end of Nailbomb's career, barely 18 months after it had begun. Cavalier and Newport had resisted big money offers to reunite, though the former played Point Blank in full on Soulfly's 2017 tour, with Max's son Igor Jr. stepping in for his erstwhile bandmate. Today, Point Blank represents a project whose inspiration still resonates down the years. Amazing, even one of the people involved. And this is where Max kind of says, he says, I'm really surprised at how Nailbomb has remained so important to many people. In fact, I would say that in some ways it's even bigger than ever. I think that what we did capture the pure spirit of two people who had no qualms about really ditching all restraints. We had a lot to say, and we were determined to shock people. So I think that's
like even how I just for the first time looked at the cover for Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide. And it's basically like the Nailbomb logo is turned into parental exclusive, or what do you call it? The
parental advisory
warning. Label.
Yeah.
It's like that's
I always thought it was always like kind of pretty fun. You know, it wasn't like an essential record because I'm not always big on live records, but
it's not on any of the streaming services either.
It is on Spotify, but you can't look it up by Nailbomb. You have to look it up by Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide, and it's because it's under various artists, which is so fucking strange. Yeah.
That's
so you can find it on Spotify.
Like an error or something, I guess.
Something really weird. Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, oh, that's a bummer. But then I like typed in While You Sleep, I Destroy Your World to see if it was on like a compilation. And sure enough, Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide comes up. I was like, oh, that's weird. Various artists. Like I get there's guest stars on it, but still it's kind of strange.
Yeah,
so.
It's not. It comes down to like some type of weird error of metadata or something.
Yeah. So we're going to hear a pair of tunes from Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide, which we'll talk about here in a second. But first, we're going to start with one tune from Point Blank, which is a song right near the last third of the record, or probably even the last quarter of the record, and that's Religious Cancer. Confess before Jesus, Mark.
It's always good to have. I think one of my favorite bands that uses preachers in their sermons in the music is
Mystery.
No. I would say Funeral Mist.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah,
I was like, oh shit, it just hits so right on. Like they're one of those bands that have a lot of industrial elements, but it doesn't sound industrial whatsoever.
Sure. No, yeah, it's got like kind of the mechanized black metal elements to it at times, but it still
it uses
still
like half of a sermon, then by throwing those riffs and drums in it, just like fuck, this is just great.
But yeah, if you ever want to know whether or not they were influenced by Godflesh, here's your this is basically Godflesh propulsion in Religious Cancer. Kind of reminds me of something you'd hear off what was the Godflesh album that came out this year in '94? It was the
Selfless.
Yeah, Selfless. Yeah, that's what the riff kind of reminds me of. I love when the guitar sort of like cuts out because it's kind of like futuristic and raw kind of at the same time, and you can hear like that boom, 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 that like bass bubbling kind of part. It's very, very interesting. Another great Andreas noisy fucking solo, throw it away, all that stuff. So just not an essential song, but just kind of a fun, kind of late in the album kind of tune here. Then we get Police Truck live, and we already told the story about Police Truck. So if you are new to Requiem, go back and listen to the Dead Kennedys episode, and we talk all about how fucked up this song is and where the true story behind it, where like cops were running like prostitution rings and doing all kinds of weird fucking shit that was pretty nasty in San Francisco. So
yeah, there's always been some issues there.
Yeah, and so because they got DH Peligro, to play live at the show, it makes sense to do a Dead Kennedys cover. Why not? So, and then you get the While You Sleep, I Destroy Your World, and the Danny. I love how long Danny stays on the phone. That's obviously like kind of a fun accidental thing that sort of happened. But I mean, when I was 16, which is when this record came out, 16 or 17, I love that sort of trip hop kind of Prodigy kind of like beat that's underneath everything. Now, it's kind of an odd novelty that era of music sometimes doesn't age well unless you're like Massive Attack or Portishead or Tricky or something,
Or a lot of on drugs.
Yeah, or doing, some ecstasy or something like that. But I don't think the track is meant to be like as like well thought out. I think it's kind of just like a novelty song that they just decided to like plug in at the end of this live record, So I think if you just take it for that, it's got like weird serial killer samples. I love the part where it's like they have the sample where he's like, "Why do you have to kill anyone?" And then it goes right into that Godflesh ministry sort of riff. It's pretty cool. And it's actually Reese Fulber, I think, that's doing a lot of the some of the stuff on this. I think he did a lot of the keyboards on the first two Fear Factories a little bit, and then
that name sounded familiar to me.
And he's like the main like keyboard synth guy in Frontline Assembly too.
Okay,
so he's a kind of interesting dude. I don't know where the samples are from. I think one might be from Charlie Manson. I don't know if there's any from the Jonesboro Massacre or anything like that. But like I said, I'm thinking about serial killers a lot because of watching Mindhunter. So I was like, really like, oh, is that one of the guys I know, or whatever. So, but yeah, so let's get into it. Kind of our last full set of music here. We've got Religious Cancer from Point Blank, and then a pair of tunes from Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide, the live record put out in 1996, Police Truck from Dead Kennedys Live, and While You Sleep, I Destroy Your World. And we'll hear from Max both at the beginning and at the end.
And then when we did the fucking live show, we assembled this huge orchestra of musicians. We had three drummers. We had Igor Peligro from the Dead Kennedys and Barry from Tribe After Tribe, is a South African alternative metal band. We had Dave from Neurosis playing bass. We had Reese from Frontline Assembly doing keyboards. And then we played the night before. We did a club show at the Dynamo for 500 people, and it was a smash. It was a great show, and I like the Dynamo show. I just think it was maybe too big for Nailbomb. Nailbomb is this little underground punk thing, and that's as massive. That's as Woodstock kind of crowd. So there was a little bit of the crowd was really far away, but the show was intense. It was as intense as it gets. It was a really, really cool experience. And then Alex decided, let's kill the band before it starts. No, it was a very Alex thing to do. He was very keen into that. I couldn't care less. To me, could have continued. I like playing music. To me, it doesn't matter. But he was very keen. He was talking about dinosaur bands like Aerosmith. We can't become like Aerosmith, man. Black dinosaurs still milking the cow 30 years later.
Yeah.
Like I know, Alex. I know. Let's just, we'll kill the thing right now. We'll make the live record, we'll make a statement. So I think there's a statement on the album that refers Aerosmith. I think he even says Aerosmith on the fucking thing. I don't know. It was. I guess it was Alex's way, like punk way, to say this is unique. This is one of a kind. You won't do it again. But if it was up to me, I would do it another one.
Confess before Jesus. The Word of God knows more than you do.
Hello? Hello? Huh? Who's this? Stop playing games. You gonna talk or not? 'Cause I got time to sit on the phone with you all day. Who the hell is this? Huh? I ain't playing games. Come on, tough guy, talk.
Set out to destroy human life.
We had a lot of fun making the two records that we made. You know, we did the Point Blank, and then we did Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide, which was first originally titled Better Dead Than Livestream. And I always loved that name too. I thought that was a good name. But then I think it was something to do with, I think we sent some kind of demos to Roadrunner, to Monty. And I think he heard it and he said something to the effect to Glory, like, this sounds like they're gonna commit commercial suicide. And I look at Alex like, that's a fucking great title. Proud to Commit Commercial Suicide. Let's use that. That sounds great. That's Nailbomb in a slogan right there. Another cool thing we did on the record, we prank call Danny Marianino from, he's the guy that punched Danzig from Northside Kings. He used to work with his dad on his dad's furniture store. So I had his number. I call him and I'm just going, and he would not hang up. He kept talking. Who is this? What do you want? Who is this? You gonna talk? Come on, who is this? And I was thinking with myself, if that was me, I would have hung up in the first 5 seconds. Like, fuck this, But he kept on it for like 2 minutes. And then finally goes, he's from New Jersey. He goes, come on, tough guy, talk. And we kick into the song. It's like, and I never told him about the prank call. I waited until the record came out, and I gave him a copy of the record. I go, listen to this record, And then, he calls me later, you motherfucker, you put that fucking prank call. I always wonder about that prank call. And it was funny because we called 2 people before Danny. We called Gloria's brother, and he didn't answer the phone. So he was the first victim. And then we called Gloria's dad, and he also didn't answer the phone. So Danny was the third one. We were like clinching for like, we have to get this fucking prank call, Like, who does shit like that, man? It's like, that's so punk rock and it's just so much fun. Well, I think the world has gone more down the tubes as we get older, things get worse. And I think because of that, people get more drawn to the record. It's almost like the record becomes more relevant now than when it was first made. In a creepy way, you can say, you can reference, 24-hour bullshit could be the internet. We had no idea of those things. I think it's the spirit of the thing, man. It had an attitude, like a fuck you punk attitude with some really good riffing. I think me and Alex, we locked in, and it was cool. It was like, I appreciate Alex's heavy riffs, and he appreciate my chugging Sepultura riffs, and that love for each other's riffs combining into what we put on Nailbomb. I think that was the combination of both of those. I think all those things create a record that even today, I think the record doesn't sound outdated. It doesn't sound like it lost anything. It's still exciting to listen to it. I think almost like out of every record that I did, is one of the ones that I feel the most have not lost anything through the years is probably Nailbomb. It feels very fresh. Sonically sounds good. It's a good sounding record. Even though it was created in very DIY format. We just did it all ourselves, but for some reason it came out really, really good. It's really good quality, angry shit, man, that people connected to it, man, all over the world. Still to this day, people connecting to this record, which is cool.
While You Sleep, I Destroy Your World, Mark. Police Truck,
Freddy Krueger,
and Religious Cancer. So yeah, Freddy Krueger. And so as we kind of are, riding out in style here, we got a pair of tunes that are kind of companion pieces to sort of end the show. We'll hear from Max a couple more times as well, or one more time, sorry. But I want to kind of talk about, the last episode, Fudge Tunnel. We didn't get to do some of this stuff. Plus, we recorded him so long ago. We actually had a slew of new patrons, which is really good. So hopefully, I don't know what what you're digging out there, or what shows maybe you're catching up and getting the Misfits and Dead Kennedys and starting to be like, okay, these guys are putting some time in. But
we're
we really
all the long haul truckers.
We might be, yeah. Josh Bonham donated. He's signed up to be a $10 patron, so good for him. Daniel Glover upped his patron donations from $10 to $15 a month. So Daniel, thank you.
Good sir. Thank you.
Jim Fenner came in at $10. Tom Piddletick at $10. Ronnie Sanders signed up to be a $10 guy. Alexander Castengui signed up for the $10 donation. And then we got a $150 one-time donation. I shared half of that with you, I think, from Italy. So hopefully you got that one.
Yeah.
So very cool.
From the man.
From the man.
You cut out for a second.
Oh, did I? Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, so it was
Andreas Perez.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't hear that part because it
But yeah, so thank you for all the people there. And if you want to become a patron, we just released a 3+ hour episode on Florida death metal, kind of unsung kind of band Brutality, who had a pair of albums in the early 90s that were pretty fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And some of their newer stuff, not so bad as well. And they just actually put out kind of a new EP, I think, recently. The reason we held on to that for a while is we were going to have Jay Fernandez, the guitar player, to do an interview, and something fell through. And then I reached out to him.
Personal issues or something. So
yeah, I reached out to him a few more times, and I don't know if he just was no longer interested or just had other things going on. So I was like, screw it. So yeah, so ignore all the references to the Jay Fernandez interview in that episode. But otherwise,
I put a little thing in the beginning that.
Oh, did you? Okay, cool.
Yeah, this episode is originally supposed to have contributions from.
Good. All right, so yeah, so people will know. But yeah, so if you that and we did a best of 2021 2-part episode, back in like January, February. And if you're interested in becoming a Patreon, go to patreon.com /Requiem podcast, or go to requiemmetal.com, our website, where you can find old episodes. The first 150 episodes are up there. If you've kind of ever wondered why our numbering starts at like Stooges Part 2, I think episode 152 or something like that. It's a long story for newer Requiem people. But just know that you can find those old episodes on the website, or you can also go to that website and there is a link directly to Patreon to sign up there. And now we have direct feeds for those Patreon episodes so that you can get them in your Spotify or Apple as its own separate feed. So you don't have to stream those episodes and stuff like that.
Yeah, it only took about 5 years, but we figured it out.
And we're a nonprofit podcast. We're commercial free. So that's kind of how we pay the bills. We pay for the albums and research and books and all the
hosting services and all that kind of shit.
Mark was just telling me that now the Zoom that we're using to do this no longer has like the free 2-person Zoom, and now we got to pay like $12 a month for that.
$15.99 a month.
Okay, yeah. So all of it helps because we do put a lot of effort into these episodes. We hope you appreciate that. So again, patreon.com /Requiem podcast, or you can go to requiemmetal.com and click on the Patreon link there. Don't have to do a $10 or $15. We have a lot of, some people doing 5, few people doing 2 or 3, if that's all you can afford. But, I think
one-time donation if you'd like.
Yep. We've gotten those certainly in the past. And
maybe we should get a 401(c) nonprofit status, so you could write off on your taxes.
It would be nice. Oh, so by the way, I found out why we didn't get paid out last time, why it was delayed. It's because I had to fill out the tax stuff because we had reached the tax threshold. So that's why they held on to our payment. So we should be getting regularly now.
The 1099 thing?
Yeah, so I had to fill that out, and then it like came, because I think that's right when you were like going to Beer Fest, right? You were like, hey, the Patreon stuff come? I'm like, yeah, I'm waiting for it too.
Yeah, because I was already extended pretty.
Yeah, so I reached out.
This many trips in a year.
And found out, and they're like, oh, well, you need to do this. I'm like, oh shit. Well, no one emailed me that and told me. So good thing I asked and inquired. But Yeah, and then if you want to give us feedback on episodes, we're about to read a bunch of feedback that we've gotten in recent times. You can check us out at Jason Mark on Facebook. We have a private group for our Patreons there as well.
Mighty Raven Darks.
Yeah, Mighty Raven Darks. A little Immortal reference there. And or was it Raven Dusk? I can't remember. Raven Dark. Whatever the Immortal thing is.
It's some Immortal.
It's some Immortal reference. Yeah. And then you can check us out on Twitter, Requiem Metal Podcast. They're at Podcast Requiem, but you can also look us up there, or on Instagram, which I check now and again. I don't use it as much, but I think I have Instagram kind of linked to Facebook now. So when I post stuff on Facebook, it goes to Instagram. So
okay. Well, I'm always on Instagram as just my name.
Yeah.
That's usually the only social media I'm on. I check our closed group every once in a while, a couple times a week or something. But
yeah. But and you can follow Mark's his other fun little venture into G.I. Joe land on Instagram too. Yeah,
it's Lonzo Wilkinson 1982. If you want to see pictures of dioramas that I build with G.I. Joe guys inside of it,
there you go. Perfect. Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Exactly. It's totally makes sense, right?
Well, it's like you with toys and me with like my recent X-Men exploration. We're kind of rediscovering our childhood kind of nostalgic nerd kind of pathways, and it feels pretty good.
Just like re-examining all of it and getting like super deep into production side of thing, like all kinds of shit. So it's
for sure
just like music and comics and everything else. You can't just be a passive observer.
Sure. So we've got a couple of things and also you can send us just a direct email at Requiem podcast@gmail.com if you want to just send us a message that way. Also, leave us a rating at Spotify or on Apple Music. Write us a review, leave us a rating. We do appreciate that, and we try and read those when we get some new ones. But I did post something about the Chasm show on the Chasm's site, and the Chasm wrote back, and they said, much appreciation for the time invested on that. So that was the first little feedback I wanted to read. Pretty cool. One of our patrons, Jordan Bondo, said, Fu Manchu episode. He says, your conversation about girls being the most filthy, slobby people. Dude, why are they like that? I too always assumed their rooms would be neat and tidy with rainbows and unicorns and shit all over the place. No, I think all the girls I dated in my teens and early 20s were like that. Mountains of clothes and makeup everywhere. In high school, when they still lived at home, it was just contained on their own room. But later, when it was their own house, the whole thing would be just clothes and makeup everywhere. Do you want to come over to my house? Quote. And do what? Help you figure out which pile of shit your cat crawled under and died? No thanks. One of our patrons, Jess, she retorted that she's like, no, I've been to some guys' houses, pretty filthy. And I was, yeah, touche. Yeah, absolutely.
I think this is mostly a sausage fest. So I'm glad we have Jess there to kind of equal things out a little bit as far as vocal contributors to the show.
We need some of that. So Ronnie Sanders, who just I read was a brand new patron. He says, just finished listening to Fudge Tunnel podcast. I really appreciate how much you guys know about music in general. As much as I love metal, I also grew up on punk, post-punk, reggae, prog rock, and fusion. What's making me reach out was your comments about Nick Cave during the Fudge Tunnel podcast. And I'd love to hear stick your hand in that garbage can, as the great unknown Hinson would say. I can't think of a more relevant artist today that's been doing it as long as he has and still is. I'm guessing it would have to be a 3 to 4 part and take around 12 hours, but I'd love to hear it. So, hey, Mark and I are both big Nick Cave fans, so who knows?
I've seen him once in concert.
I know Brian Wendorf, one of our patrons, would be really, really into that. So, and this was in response to maybe Fudge Tunnel, I can't remember, but it's one of our patrons, Tommy Sozaby, who has his own really cool podcast called something Emporium. I'm forgetting it real quick. Hang on, I'll look it up.
I just always remark at how he's got a great voice for radio.
He does. It's great. Yeah, Distorted Emporium, and they got up to I think there are 16 episodes. Yeah, and they're those are fun. I sometimes will put those on when I'm cleaning the house and stuff. But he says to answer the question regarding ministry post Solemn 69, he says I thought Rio Grande Blood was decent. Of course, it's not even in the same league as Solemn 69, Honey or Mind. It does have Tommy Victor on guitar, though, so there are some great riffs, even if a lot of the George W. Bush samples and references seem dated. And Seth Forsman, who you probably ran into maybe at Beer Fest. I know he was there.
I don't remember if I did or not.
He said he saw you guys sitting in the balcony, basically. So I think he was across the rival balcony or whatever. But
okay.
This is in regard to the Fudge Tunnel episode. And I think it's probably in regard to stuff I was maybe commenting about because we're the same age. Because he says, damn, dude, there were a few moments in this one where you talked about being 13 or 14 in the early 90s that hit so close to home, I almost got emotional. So it's pretty cool feedback. This is from one of our patrons, Sterling Walden. He says, just listen to the second part of the Fudge Tunnel episode. I knew of them, but never really listened to them. Spent all last weekend doing yard work, listening to the Fudge Tunnel discography. My favorite so far is Hate Songs, but that could change with time. Thanks again for the best podcast ever. I also heard you mention Pantera's Great Southern Trendkill album. I think it's their best album. I bought it the day it came out in 96, and I used to listen to it every day on the bus ride to school. Very underrated album. Definitely worth a deep dive, in my opinion. Keep rocking. Cool. Thanks for that. And then this one is a patron, Mark Gold. He says, I'm really enjoying the Doom series a lot. This is back the end of April, beginning of May. I didn't catch it in time because he actually posted on the Patreon show. I always forget to look for comments there. So it's my bad. Sorry, patrons.
I should get that app too, just so I can interact.
Yeah, just interact. He says, I'm enjoying the Doom series a lot. I'm rediscovering bands I've forgotten about in the 90s. The winter episodes are my favorite so far. I'm really digging Godin quite a bit. Thanks for your dedication. Looking forward to new episodes. Any chance you guys would do an episode on grief? We talked about it as being maybe when we did the Doom series last summer, a potential Patreon show on grief, but we ended up moving in a different direction with Fu Manchu because tonally we just wanted to do something a little brighter, I think, because we're
pretty dour for a while.
It was summertime, man, and we were trying to raise our spirits a bit.
Got to get our boogie vans all cleaned up and ready for action.
This is another patron, Terry Corbin. He says, catching up on stuff and started the first Fudge Tunnel episode. Loving the approach you're both doing, echoing the Neurosis series, which just got me hooked. So good job. I got to the point where you casually mentioned a possibility of a ministry episode sometime down the road. 2 words, fuck yes. And on the topic of which albums post Solemn 69 are worth it, for me personally, Animosity was the last solid album from them. Dark Side of the Spoon is mostly skippable, with the exception of a couple tracks or B-sides. Big fan of Filth Pig too, but Animosity marked the last album that Paul Barker was on, so that might skew my opinion on it a bit. After what was just a heavy guitar-driven anti-Bush albums, they seem to lack a lot of the noisy, a lot of the noisy appeal that drew me into their earlier albums. And then just a bunch of cover albums and remix collections. Highlight was their cover of The Doors' Roadhouse Blues. Okay, I've never heard that. He says, as Mark pointed out, there's a lot of releases, a lot of recycled stuff put out by Cleopatra Records, side project collections, pre-Twitch singles, etc. Speaking of Twitch, there's a bootleg called Twitched that has the original track listing with different mixes of songs, different songs. That is interesting look at the band sequencing versus label sequencing. Obviously, a lot of interest in Ministry, plus their various side projects. I think Jason brought up an industrial band that Ian Mackay was involved in. I believe that was Palehead with Al from Ministry. Yep.
Okay, I didn't realize that he was in that.
Yeah, and Max brings up Palehead too. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. So let's see. This is the new patron, Ronnie Sanders. This is on the Patreon site, and he says, I really enjoyed the Fudge Tunnel episodes. I used to listen to him back in the day and got to see them at the Trocadero in Philly on that tour.
Good venue.
Yeah. Is that where we saw Watain? The Trocadero?
No, we saw that was at the it was something Human Arts Theater or something.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
Trocadero is a little bit bigger. That's where the first time I went there was the Contaminated Festival where Neurosis was playing in early 2000s.
2000s, yeah, I remember. Okay. But yeah, he says, haven't listened to them in years, so this has really brought me back. He says, listening to the In Solitude podcast now, and I'm really enjoying it. I never heard this band before. Unfortunately, their vinyl is crazy expensive. So,
I'm glad I got it all.
Here's one from Joe Schaefer of Northwest Terrorfest. Yes, I almost said Metal Fest. Too many fests. He says, so brutality. Period. I skipped these guys at MDF in 2018, I think, because they had a rough conflict at Soundstage, and frankly, I didn't know the band. I love their logo. Yes, dragons. But figured they were middling Tampa stuff, hence why I'd never heard of them. Not to mention a lot of these bucket list old school death metal bands are, let's face it, good but not great. Putting Brutality in that bracket seemed like a safe bet. Boy, was I wrong. I see exactly why this comes up after The Chasm on Spotify. The perfect mix of grand old school melodies and hammering violence. Love their cinematic, fantastic imagery as well. Sea of Ignorance is going to get a ton of plays from me in the near future. Definitely belongs in my most beloved old school death metal box alongside Impaled, The Chasm, and Deceased. Not to stir the pot, but come on, it's me. This is my true will. But I find something much more compelling in this than a lot of the bands that quote unquote made it. Even them only kinda. And he mentions Massacre, Monstrosity, etc. So yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, some of those bands probably have not an unearned reputation, but yeah. He says, Churning Gloom has its charms, but why bother when Immolation exists?
True.
Yep. He says, Brutality, this is special. I'll never skip them again. Who knows? Maybe they'd like to play Terror Fest someday. Thanks so much for the episodes, dude. So, yeah, pretty cool.
Sweet.
Yeah, so let's see. Why don't you read one of your letters while I queue up on something else here?
We've got another ministry thing here. This is from Mr. Nick Green, who is a contributor on the Fudge Tunnel. He just finished up the Fudge Tunnel episode. Super entertaining, very insightful. Always enjoy hearing your perspectives on influences of bands and how they are regifted in the music. Echoing the chorus, you should totally do a ministry show. Do a deep dive, maybe with Pigface rolled in. But I'd love to see you guys tackle Killing Joke first. That's a big band for metalheads, especially when they want to do Pandemonium. That album is heavy.
Yep. I've been thinking about Killing Joke. I've been kind of putting some thoughts in my brain, and just know that it's definitely, you're not the first person, Nick, and it's something we've widely considered. But
it's going to require a lot of research on my part. I only know the first record decently.
I think, yeah, we want to get the right people involved. I know Chris is a big fan. I know Brian Wendorf's a big fan. I'm not sure like how available the guys are, if they might want to be involved, but it's
definitely one that Ben Ash wants to be involved with too. They talked about 3 years ago.
Perfect. Yeah. So I think let's just say it's definitely something in the horizon for 2023. I think, we can do it kind of right. So yeah, absolutely. This is one from, I think it was on Twitter. It's from a guy that follows us, Muted Account. And he just said, learning about Dax Riggs' post-acid bath career, thanks to Requiem Metal Podcast, has been quite the eye-opener these past few days. He actually, I think, just posted that yesterday. So it's pretty cool. Nice. Glad people are still kind of going back to that sort of stuff a little. This is somebody talking about the Chasm episode. I forget, who's this guy? He's a guy who follows on Twitter. His tag is I'm the Hateful Riven, but he's editor for Your Last Rites, which I think is like a zine of some sort.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But he said, catching up on part 1 of The Chasm on the bit about lost years and absolutely grinning at some of the comparisons you guys are making. Exactly what I love about it. Also stoked I'm not the only one who'd pick my Tideless Seas with a gun to my head. So pretty cool. He said that. And let's see, got some more here. Heavy Metal Hippie who follows us. He says, oh my God, I'm trying to interpret what he's referencing. He says, sounds like a fascinating episode. I'm trying to think what he's freaking making a reference to. I know what it is. Yeah. So I think he's making a reference to Fudge Tunnel when I posted it. And he's giving us a comment. He says, don't know if I've said this to you guys before, but you guys did more to get me back into metal than anything else. I took a very long break from 1995 to 2010 because I thought I was too cool for metal. Once I got back into your podcast, though, you guys brought me up to speed so quickly. Maybe this is where you're going with this, but I'm realizing tonight that a lot of this music has defined the sensibilities of the metal bands that I truly love. Catatonia is the first one that comes to mind. So, yeah, so that's cool. That was more of a general comment just about the podcast in general.
Well, that's a great compliment to get from anybody to pull you back in after that long.
For sure. Yeah. Somebody was posting about the Chasm, and then another person posted under it by the tag Drug Dogs. Somehow I've managed to live this long without checking out the Chasm. Infernal hails to Podcast Requiem for altering this wayward course for me with a scintillating 2-part episode on this incredible band. I'm newly obsessed. So, and Drug Dogs is he's a cartoonist. Yeah.
Well, hello, fellow cartoonist.
Yeah, there you go. So
not many of us call ourselves cartoonists, but I think it's a great term to use.
I'll send this to you, Mark. He does a zine called Drug Dog Zine, and he did like Kiss Dynasty posters. He did a Trouble zine on Trouble and did stickers for it.
Nice.
He did, yeah. So like pretty cool shit. So if you're listening, let us know. I don't know if the website's the only way to get it, but definitely I'm interested in checking out some of your stuff. It seems really kind of fun.
I'd love to see a Trouble zine.
Yeah. Pretty cool. This is one from a couple weeks back. Jordan Bondo, one of our patrons, and he's talking about the best of 2021 Patreon episodes. He said, I've been listening to the honorable mentions from the best of Patreon episode. Man, I don't know how you came up with what made the list and what didn't. These are all great. A couple of my favorites are the Holder, the 1914, the Silver, the Lurking Fear, Dream Unending, Genghis Tron. I love Chelsea Wolfe, so I'd already listened to that Converge collab a zillion times, so that wasn't a new one to me. Speaking of Genghis Tron, if you like that, you should check out Zombie. I think both of us have checked out Zombie before. Pretty cool.
Yeah, relapse band.
Yep. So yeah, so great recommendation, Jordan.
Actually, the Silver was great live. They opened up the first day of the Decibel Fest.
Oh yeah, that record's great. It's
I still haven't heard the whole record, just like a little bit of it, but I know
dude from Tumult?
Enrique is the drummer.
Oh, it's Enrique from we were standing in line with Enrique, bullshitting with him.
He's PR at Relapse, but then Herb Sermon.
Yeah,
it's also the two brothers from Horrendous.
Okay, yeah, that's who it was. I keep saying Tomb Mold because I get Tomb Mold, Horrendous, and Blood Incantation. They all like the members all blend together, and I can never remember.
They're all good U.S. death metal bands. Yeah.
Although Tomb Mold's, I think, Canadian, right? I think they're Canadian.
True. They're on the same continent.
North American.
Yeah.
And then we got another one from Seth again, and this is about Fudge Tunnel. He says, this is a band akin to one of those classic movies that you would always pick up at the video store on a Friday night, consider, and then put back and file it away for a later viewing that you never get to. Not because you think it will be bad, but because there is likely no instant gratification. It was as great an episode as ever, but I really only have one other thing to say. It is always inspirational to hear the story of a band who had no idea how to play anything. Hang on, I'm making this a little bit bigger so it's easier to read. Had no idea how to play anything, that just picked up instruments and made art. I've been playing music since 1993, and in that time, I've played in a million bands and spent myriad hours practicing and jamming and going to lessons. And all that, I have been part of exactly one album. Some people are born with the right chemical makeup to be able to pick up anything and find a way to express themselves with it. I honestly had only ever heard their Changes cover from the Masters of Misery album in high school. Yet I always knew their name. This episode made me think of so many other groups like this one who deserve a proper deep dive. I'm going to go ahead and make another request for a future Patreon lottery episode that has nothing to do with Fudge Tunnel. Oh, here you go, Mark. Interesting. Skepticism.
Yeah.
And I've talked to Mark about skepticism kind of off mic. I think we talked about it in the best of too. So
I know even Albert's, he sent me every once in a while I get a random text from him. I was like, hey, I think this is the Skepticism song you need to hear.
Oh, cool. So
to get you on the other,
so like Mark's getting a full court press from Skepticism right now. Apparently. Says, I know that Funeral Doom is not your favorite thing to delve into, which is totally understandable. It's kind of like taking care of a special needs dog or something.
It's rewarding in retrospect, but while it's happening, you're like, God damn it.
Yeah, exactly. Frustrating, exhausting, but rewarding in the end. That's exactly what he said.
That's probably the best description I've ever heard of Funeral Doom.
Oh shit!
Having a near special needs dog, that passed this year. So
does that mean that Chris really needs to have a special needs dog because he loves Funeral Doom? Maybe I
think he does.
Maybe he really needs something to take care of on that level.
Might be.
But he says, for some reason, I'm super intrigued by Skepticism. The bow tie, the song, the album titles, the drum style, which is like listening to an angry drunk try to play along in a jam session at 3 a.m., trying not to pass out and fall over in a good way. Someday, I hope you two can help me and many other listeners understand what the fuck kind of brilliance is going on here. I know it's there. So, yeah, I know it's there too. I've never really unpacked it myself. So yeah, pretty funny. Oh, yeah. Oh man. Jason Leonard responded. He's one of our patrons, Michigan guy. He actually went to CMU, used to shop at New Moon when you and I were working there. So I kind of recognize him, but like he was also like, I can't remember what stuff he was buying at the time. He might've been more, I think he had 1 foot more in like mainstream metal, but he was kind of like delving a bit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But he said he had worked for a record store back in his like hometown, and he got a promo item. He says from his music store days. He says it's a very clever. It's a sticker applied over Tootsie Roll logo, and it had candy. Did you have that too? Okay,
yep, I got that. I had so much. It's sucks so much. I've moved so many times in the last 35 years that the stuff I've thrown away is kind of shitty.
Sure.
Or I thought like, who's going to care about this? But
who knows?
I definitely had that. I ate all the Tootsie Rolls.
And it says "Write the Hate Song" on it, maybe.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. He said he still uses it for a change bank almost 3 years later. Cool.
I wish I would have. Yeah. If I wouldn't have moved so much, I probably would have all of this crap. But
yeah. Interesting. And then another one of our, I think a patron, Simon Moles, said, interesting anecdote. The guy on the cover of Complicated Futility of Ignorance is my old line manager from one of my old jobs. When I started work there, he saw I was into metal and asked if I'd heard of Fudge Tunnel. I always loved the band, so I was chuffed to find that out. So it was pretty funny. Nice. Pretty cool. And then I got one more.
Okay. And I'll let you finish up, but this one's a little bit longer. This is about the Typo Negative podcast.
Oh.
This is from Tim. I'm going to try to pronounce his name. Ushold. Okay. That's what it is. As a 33-year-old, I never understood why people like this is in quotes, alt-rock band Typo Negative growing up back in the day. If it wasn't similar to Burzum, Anal Cunt, Electric Wizard, Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Oh, I know that band. I've never heard
the name. Agathocles, yeah.
Yeah.
Or Devarman. I figured, why fucking try? You've opened my world to some sweet jams and emotional-filled lyrics to contemplate. So many of the songs you played are relevant to my life experiences. My father passed away in December, so I can relate to the grief with a grin. My wife is a huge country fan. I finally found a band that she can do with besides Black Sabbath, as in Typo Negative. I want to talk about Carnivore. Yeah, I want to talk about Carnivore for a minute. The Carnivore history lesson was perfect. Carnivore has always been a go-to for showing plebeians the time you spent covering the slow part of male supremacy. Brought up a funny memory at a local Carnivore AD show. A few years back, I got punched in the throat in the mosh pit right before the slow part, and a bunch of dudes followed me to the bathroom thinking I was going to die, and I told them to fuck off, and I was enjoying the show. I spent the show dry heaving and laughing extremely hard at the irony. I drunkenly puked in the same bathroom before a local metal show, not a dirge about making love after the battle. Thanks for the memories. So thank you, Tim.
That's awesome.
That's the first punched in the throat bit of feedback.
Yeah, that's good. The last comment I have, I think, from this set of things is it was an Instagram comment about the Chasm show. And I don't know who this is. Their tag, their name is Mashed Potatoes Up My Ass. So there you go.
Delicious.
Yeah. He says, glad I took a listen to these episodes. I've never listened to this band. And when I started the podcast, I wasn't blown away, but the songs got better and better as the podcast progressed. I'm assuming their albums do as well. When I got to the 3-song block of Fortress, Retribution of the Lost Years, and the Eclipse Monument of the Empire, I felt like my 12-year-old self again. I'm 41. Discovering metal for the first time again, laughing at how good it was. Glad I took a chance at this one and usually only listen to your podcast with bands I'm already familiar with, considering how long and in-depth they are. With that said, I jumped on board when y'all released the Neurosis Silver and Blood episodes, and I still feel like there should be more Neurosis episodes. Don't worry, we do an annual Neurosis episode every couple of years, so we're due probably one in 2023. Mm-hmm. Going forward, I'll have to keep checking and giving bands that you cover that I'm less familiar with a shot, as the Chasm episodes have blown me away, which is pretty cool. So hang on here.
A lot of Chasm love.
Yeah, no, that was really fun. I'm glad that people dug that, because that was a labor of love in a way, and I was kind of like nervous a little about it. So I had 2 more episodes. Oh, speaking of Chasm love, all right. Jessica Schrum. I love the Chasm episodes. It was such a great placement too, following the more mainstream popularity of Dead Kennedys and Misfits. And it just felt refreshing to circle back to something that felt more traditionally Requiem, a deep dive into a fucking amazing, underappreciated metal band. Good God, they were talented. I had heard of them, but honestly hadn't dove into their music much. From about 1995 forward, I'm all in. The musicianship is outstanding no matter what subgenre of metal they're experimenting with. Their songwriting is mind-blowing. It's so passionate, but still super technical and well-crafted. Like, my only possible criticism would be that I like every damn song so much that none of them stand out as a favorite. They're all my favorites. I get that. I'll definitely be tracking these albums down to add to my collection. I enjoyed hearing their story too, their struggles with assholes in the record industry and the conviction to stick to their vision. So awesome. Thank you for yet another great one and for all that you do. And Chasm's actually about to release their new record. It's pretty cool. So
I thought, wasn't the main dude kind of like done with it for a while? Something
that's what I had heard. But yeah. So who knows? We hit the zeitgeist right at the right moment. We're just kind of starting to happen. So that's a lot of good feedback. So again, if you want your voice heard, definitely, don't have to be a Patreon. We read letters from non-Patreons too when people send us that stuff. But yeah, you can get us a message at requiemmetal@gmail.com, or like I said, on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. You can kind of find us there and get us some messages and feedbacks and all that kind of good stuff. So we've got just a pair of tunes that we're going to kind of wrap up with. We'll hear from Max one last time. And the pair of tunes is one that's pretty much just an instrumental kind of 1+ minute song, Shit Pinata. It's just really
what a name, huh?
I know. Perfect intro for my favorite Nailbomb song, which is Sick Life. And Max will tell you the story a little bit about Shit Pinata, I think, here, and kind of where it was constructed and the samples that were kind of used and stuff like that. I think it's from a talk show he mentions here, maybe. I can't remember. Something. He tells a story. I was doing so much Max editing yesterday, I can't remember like what stories with what sometimes. But for me, my favorite Nailbomb song is the album closer, which is Sick Life. And if you're familiar with the CD, for people that maybe don't know, and Mark, you probably never got to this point, but you probably remember in the 90s how there were hidden tracks. That was a kind of a thing that was kind of going on.
Oh, yeah.
And so Sick Life originally is like a 13-minute long song, but the song itself is only about 6 minutes. But at the very, very end, there's kind of a hidden track. We're not going to play it, but you can kind of find it on your own. And Max said that was fun. We started playing a sample of Sepultura's Dead Embryonic Cells, and then we mixed it with Fudge Tunnel's Spanish Fly, and it came out really cool. We sped it up and slowed down the tape. So if you remember that bonus track and you're like, man, this sounds like familiar, it's because it's like the da-da-dun, 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 da-da-dun part from Dead Embryonic Cells, and then they start mixing Fudge Tunnel in with it and merging it. So kind of an interesting thing there. But I love the staccato beginning of Sick Life. It's very tribal, very organic feeling. It's very epic. What's that?
The groove is back.
It's got that KSAD kind of groove for sure. I said it falls in line with that sort of those big riff records of the era, like kind of Down, NOLA, or like COC Blind, or stuff like that. It's got the great sort of false finish, like kind of Praise of Death from Slayer, where it's like just like erupts into feedback and you kind of think the song's over, and then all of a sudden it fades out, and then like Max with "Oi," just kind of brings it back in. But it's it's about drug abuse. It's about it's just sad, life no longer turns me on. My friends, they already forgot me, and it's got that weight to it that you get with like some of your achievements and some of that stuff. It's the same kind of weight that you hear on like some songs on KSAD a little bit too, that like I always felt like Nomad or some of that stuff that was just like had a more profundity to it, if we want to use some fancy terms or whatever. But
Biotech is Godzilla.
Yeah, maybe not that one. That one's more of a D-beat kind of Blind and Lost type song. Yeah. So Jello's on that.
He is.
Dead Kennedys connection. So, but yeah, so there you go. There's our little venture into Nailbomb, a little bit more short and sweet from I guess for Requiem purposes, a little bit more poignant. But I can warn you that the next episode we get might be kind of a double-sized sort of golden nugget to sort of kick off your midsummer blues. It's something that everybody loves. That's all I can say. And it's something that we're definitely going to revisit from the past. And I think people will be happy. This is a band that makes everybody happy. And so
Gorefest?
Gorefest, yes.
Awesome.
Late era Gorefest, Mark, not early era. Yeah, we're doing all the late
crappy
90s.
vocals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
awesome. My favorite. We could
it's
do
gonna be
another Eindhoven live album.
Yeah. Although, you know what? I don't know if it was Eindhoven, but I did love the live version. I know it's an early Gorefest. I love the live Mental Misery that was on one of those Nuclear Blast comps. So this next one,
Chris DeCoyer.
Yeah. Mystery. Yeah. So yeah, we'll have to eventually do a dive into like good Gorefest, but I'm not in a hurry.
First 2 records, I think.
Yeah, first 2 or 3. I think
before they changed the logo to the GF.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, it's bad. So no, it won't be Gorefest, ladies and gents. You'll have to wait and see. But we'll be back on our 2-week schedule now that I'm home from Italy. Chris is going to be coming home this summer, so we might be grabbing him perhaps maybe to show up for an episode. We'll see. I got to kind of find out what his schedule is, but definitely some interesting things on the horizon. So I hope our little like 3-episode venture into Fudge Tunnel and Nailbomb, if you're not a fan of this era of music, I get it. It's definitely its own niche, but I think we'll return to something that will be more welcome for the majority of extreme metal fans, and not necessarily all extreme metal. It can be just metal fans. So a couple of my students actually like this band, which is pretty cool. And they're not into like generally metal, but they like it for other reasons that I'll talk about. So anyways, we've got Shit Pinata and Sick Life from Nailbomb's singular record, Point Blank, or singular studio record, Point Blank from 1994. So for Requiem Metal Podcast, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark.
And I don't know how much of that was intentional on purpose. I'm sure Alex probably had the vision to put those two together to create that kind of effect that did it. So what I think it made Sick Life even heavier, because you had this industrial tribal. I think Igor is doing the drums actually, and I think it was just like a drum exercise that Alex really liked it. And Alex just tell him keep playing. He put a distorted bass and sampler. I don't even know the sampler of that. What is that from? Yeah. I know that the World of Shit sampler is from it's from either Gerardo Rivera or one of the talk shows recorded live. So it was a live show, and hate is reality. Don't you know God hates? I think they were having a conversation about hate. And so this guy said live in the area, hate is reality. Don't you know God hates, And that's fucking, how you get stuff like that from live TV too. That's incredible, man. That's like, or maybe it was Jerry Springer. Might even be Jerry Springer. Yeah. It's from a talk show, but yeah, it was cool. And I love the fact that Sick Life is kind of longer. It has kind of an epic feeling to it. It's real long, like over 5 minutes. It's as heavy as it gets. Real emotional kind of lyrics about a drug life, So yeah, it was cool. It was definitely a deep record.